Please welcome Tim Walsh of KPMG and Rachel Oppenheim. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin. Welcome Rachel Oppenheim of Semafor.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for being back with us and for joining this week at Semafor World Economy. I'm Rachel Oppenheim, Chief Commercial Officer at Semafor, I'm so delighted to welcome you. When Semafor launched 3 years ago, media was defined by a moment of total overload, eroding trust, accelerating complexity, and what we set out to do each and every day is to provide the antidote to that, to deliver fair-minded, transparent, and also global intelligence. This platform this week, Semafor World Economy, really brings that vision to life. It's now the largest gathering of CEOs in America, convening 500 chief executives, hundreds of top leaders, all coming together from across business and government from more than 89 different countries annually here in Washington, D.C. Thank you for being a part of this morning's session. It's one I've been particularly excited about, called Building the Workforce of Tomorrow. What we're going to examine across the next couple of hours is really thinking about the structural rewiring of labor markets under the combined forces of AI, automation, demographic shifts. What we're seeing in practice and what we've been talking about all week is this immense reconfiguration of how work is defined, how it's distributed, how it's valued, how human and machine contributions are being constantly renegotiated. The organizations that are going to be navigating this well are those who are going to be capable of moving beyond incremental reskilling, and instead they're going to be able to rethink the fundamentals of work itself, how talent gets developed, how jobs get designed, and how productivity is ultimately going to be measured and sustained. At the same time, this transition is really taking place and placing real pressure on cultural cohesion. So the challenge is going to be not only driving efficiency, but also maintaining trust, purpose, and continuity through a period of profound change. Before we dive in, I do want to express sincere gratitude to our partners, to KPMG and to Indeed for their support and for being a part of Semafor World Economy. We're very, very grateful for their contribution to helping create a space for independent, quality, independent live journalism. Just a final note on housekeeping before we begin. When speakers come up, if you can kind of refrain from entering and exiting the room until there are transitions, we would greatly appreciate it. And with that out of the way, just a thank you again, and let's kick off.
Welcome David Burritt of United States Steel Corporation, Steve Nelson of CVS Health and Aetna, and Andrew Edgecliffe Johnson of Semafor.
Welcome, Dave. Welcome, Steve. Please take a seat. So we're here to discuss building the workforce of tomorrow. You two have pretty different workforces, but let's just start off with a little snapshot of where you're at today before we dig into this. Dave, do you want to kick us off?
I think people know U.S. Steel. We've been through this deal with Nippon Steel. It was very controversial. It took a lot longer than we thought it would, but we've finished well. I mean, it's not often where you have to sue one president of the United States, and then you have to get time in the Oval Office to talk with the president. And then when he says, first thing he says is, I was against that deal before Biden. He just copied me. You knew it was going to be a really hard meeting. But as it worked out, by the end of the meeting, he was introducing me to Mark Zuckerberg as that good-looking CEO from U.S. Steel. So if the president said it, it must be true. But for right now, where we are is we got the best deal in American steel. We got $14 billion of investment. 10.8 we have to get done by the end of 2028. So that you feel a little bit after working so hard that the dog caught the car, and now the transformation begins where we focus on the people to get this done, get everybody aligned in this transformation we're going through. It's a new world as a private company, but it's a challenging world, but it's much better than what we had before. So it's clearly a good deal for U.S. Steel, its workers, the people, our customers, all of America.
So, Steve?
Yeah, so we're just trying to help transform U.S. healthcare, so it sounds easy compared to what you're talking about. We have a I think, a really robust opportunity in front of us, but we had to first transform our own company before we could start really, getting after the ambitious agenda with U.S. healthcare. So, we started. I've been here about 18 months or so. We're part of CVS Health. That was an acquisition that happened about 7 or 8 years ago, and when I got in there, it was there was a lot of troubles on a lot of fronts. Credibility, the performance wasn't where it needed to be. Our colleagues' sentiment was very low, and their engagement was low. And trust amongst a variety of stakeholders was not where it needed to be. So we dug in on all those fronts, and I'm happy to say 18 months later, things are trending very much in the right direction with a lot of work to do. But that's just a quick kind of snapshot.
Right. So, Dave, you've got $14 billion to invest. Nice problem to have. What's that going to mean in terms of the workforce you need to do that?
Well, first off, with our workforce, we always start with our code. And while we went through this deal, we have a code of conduct. It's actually, we made it into an acronym. We call it our STEEL principles, STEEL. So it starts with that foundation: safety first, trust and respect, environmental stewardship, excellence and accountability, and lawful and ethical conduct. And during our deal, what we would just say, we're the truth tellers. You may not like what we have to say. You may disagree with it, but come to us. We will tell the truth. So when we had activists and the big labor coming against us, and then the government rejecting everything we did, we found that was a key way to get people on board. And that's what we continue with. Now, in our deal, the reason it got done was because the workers broke solidarity with big labor. They saw the benefits of this for them personally, the long horizon into the future. So we're going to continue with that philosophy. We do our best to lead with clarity, consistency, and commitment. Be clear. The main thing, and I carry it with me all the time, the main thing is to keep the main thing, that is get the $14 billion spent on time, on budget, by the book, fulfilling our fiduciary duties to Nippon Steel, as well as this golden share that we have with the government, and living our code of conduct. So everything starts foundationally with that, and then we build from there.
Just before we go on, has the golden share changed anything in terms of how you run the company?
Well, I actually like it very much, because the things in the golden share, there's like 13 different points of this. I'll summarize them briefly here. There are things that we have to get approval from the government in order to do. Like, for example, if we wanted to change the name of U.S. Steel Corporation, we would have to get approval. We don't want to do that.
Did you ever pitch that?
Move the headquarters. You can imagine what would happen to me in Pittsburgh, where I live, right? Change the headquarters. We don't want to do that so much. Go against the trade laws. I don't think we're going to do that. Now the one is, if things get really difficult in the business, we'd have to get approval if a facility is to be idle. But obviously, with this investment, while other companies, this is really a benefit where other companies are wondering, are they going to have the money? Or is it going to be a recession? Is it going to be a boom? There's a lot of uncertainty, especially with what's going on geopolitically. We know we have a national security agreement that we have to get the money spent or committed by the end of 2028. And so we have certainty. So that means our workers understand that. The trade unions understand that. Our employees everywhere understand that. So it's really fantastic. This is more certainty than I had when we were a public company.
Right. Okay. So, Steve, as you said, you're part of CVS Health. This company the workforce spans kind of call center employees, doctors and nurses, actuaries. It's a pretty diverse workforce. Is there one strategy for everybody in the group, or are you having to segment how you think about what the workforce of tomorrow is going to need to be?
Yeah, it starts with, again, our ambition to become the most trusted healthcare company in America. It's the CVS Health stated ambition, and Aetna drives contributes to that meaningfully. Our workforce, specifically at Aetna, as I said, 18 months ago or so, it just felt like they were getting beat up from all sides. And when you show up for work and you don't think that your work is valued and it means something, then it's tough to hang in there. Yeah, and so what we did was we said, look, there is an incredible purpose that you are all engaged in. It makes a difference, and we serve 30 million Americans. CVS touches 180 billion Americans. We have an opportunity to do something meaningful in the world, and you are a big part of that. And so whether you're an actuary, whether you're a claims processor picking up the phone, or you're a senior leader, your work matters, and we need to rally around this purpose. So we got after very clear priorities, and we have, been adjusting the roles that people play and how they think about it. So mindset has been a big part of this. In healthcare, we sit in the middle of a lot of transactions. We pay hundreds of millions of claims, answer tens of millions of phone calls, on and on and on. We needed to move from a transaction mindset to a solution advocacy mindset, and that's what we've been doing. So yeah, there's different roles, but coalescing around that purpose, getting clear on the priorities. Now we have best-in-class engagement scores. We have
how much have those changed?
Yeah, it's about 20% improvement.
20% increase
after over a period of the last couple of years.
Okay.
So pretty dramatic, and what I'm most excited about is they say we love the direction that the company's going. We believe in it. We're engaged in it, and once you sort of get that right, a lot of things fall into place. And so we're seeing that. Look, again, U.S. healthcare is complicated. I know Dr. Oz is going to be up here later this afternoon. Incredible partnership with the government, actually, which has been powerful. And so I'm optimistic, actually, about our workforce, how they're thinking about it, and all the changes. It's choppy waters for sure. But I think when you have a clear objective, you have a really powerful purpose, people rally around it.
What's been the biggest change in the government partnership?
So I've been doing this almost 40 years. So I've been through different versions of government partnership. And I would say what you hear CMS specifically, because we have a lot of government business and rely on funding that partnership. CMS specifically says we're open for business. We need your partnership. We need the private sector. Medicare Advantage, for example, is one of the most powerful, successful private-public partnerships in the history of healthcare. We can't do it without CMS. They can't do it without the private sector. And so I think that mindset of we need the private sector, we need innovation, we need your help, and us as a private sector saying we need your support. We can't do this alone either. I think that shift has been pretty powerful.
Right. So, Dave, Steve's described a pretty interesting cultural shift here at Aetna. You described, when we spoke last week, you described the company as a high-tech company that makes steel. How much of a culture shift does that require?
Well, I would say it's our aspiration to be a high-tech company that just so happens to make steel.
Right.
We're good at steel making, but with Nippon, I have to say they're about 3 times our size, and they're much better at that. But as I was reflecting on the transformation that you're going through, I think it's powerful the way you reinforce it with metrics and things like that. And I just, we have a heavily unionized workforce, so a big, I don't know what the total, probably 80% is unionized. So it's a very different type environment. But one of the things that we found very helpful is it's when you talk with your folks, I often say the same thing over and over, but to different people in different venues. And you got to do it with just as much passion, just as much enthusiasm as when you first thought of it and said it. And that's where that, you got to be clear on what your main thing is, and then be consistent, that beating of the drum over and over again with our code and being the truth tellers, and then be fully committed to making it happen. And I can tell by the way you're doing, you are committed to this culture change. It's the hardest thing we do as leaders.
And Dave, what you said about communication, I'm a big advocate of transparent, frequent communication. I always say when I am sick and tired of hearing myself talk about my priorities, I might be breaking through. And so I completely agree with you. And your other point, I think, is super powerful, which is, look, if I don't believe what I'm saying, nobody's going to believe it.
Right.
And so it has to start. And I counsel young leaders, look, if you don't believe in what you're doing, you might want to find another spot, because it is contagious. Optimism, I have it. I believe in what we're doing. It is contagious. The opposite is also true. Yeah. And so it's an important point.
And it's hard to fake. And people see right
sniff
through
it out.
So,
right? Yeah.
and for us right now, this is just, the future is so bright with this Nippon investment. I mean, just think about that. People investing in you, it's being run as a U.S. company, and yet they're bringing us the talent and the technology. Where they have these folks they call dispatchers, which are basically expats that come over here. And it's a challenge because it's a different culture. They're learning English, but they're very talented. And I'm an old guy, but I've never seen a transformation go better. Because back in the day when I worked at Caterpillar for many years, the kind of way you acquire somebody, you're pretty much you're gone and you're gone and you're gone, and they said, we love you all, right. and they did that from the beginning. They're committed from the beginning, and they go the distance. And so having a partner, that you build, partners with your employees and others is really important, but it really has to be consistent, and that commitment has to be there.
So I'm curious to dig a little deeper into the how of kind of workforce reframing here, because you're both describing some fairly fundamental changes here. I mean, Dave, you've done things like partnering with community colleges. You've got a big AI strategy. What do you think is making the most difference in giving your workforce these new skills?
When I think about dealing in the community, we used to have, the big black tie affairs, and it was led from the top. And what we found is that what works best is we go to the people that are passionate about some area. Like we have somebody that really loves the Penguins, hockey. And so we partner with the Penguins, and this person takes the lead on that. Or the Pirates, or of course, Steeler Nation. And so that really makes a big difference in Pennsylvania. But we have this, whether it be Minnesota or Indiana or Arkansas or Illinois or Michigan, Texas, Alabama. You pick a state, and it's the people in the workforce that are making the difference. It's not mandated from the top. It's like, What do you feel passionate? We have a number of, I think, 8 employee resource groups that we provide support at the corporate, but it gets cascaded so people can so we have a parents organization. We have, of course, a lead organization, a next gen organization, an organization for people that are veterans, and that really, because everybody has their own little passion that they want to do, and then we give them that opportunity. It might be a fun run, and we'll give them the T-shirts and pay for the meals that day, but they're the ones out in the community doing it. Somebody wanted a dog park, so we provided funding for that. So I think that engagement with the community matters, and then what you have is the community colleges coming to you. Right. And say, this essential industry thing that we have. Mike Rowe talks about, Jim Farley at Ford talks about. This is really, we got to figure out how we get everybody collectively working on that, because there are some great jobs. You come to work at U.S. Steel, you'd be making 6 figures, and you're going to get health care better than Congress. I mean, it's a great place to work, and hard. You got to be able to tolerate some heat, and there is danger if you're not following the rules. But I think. You have the code, you do your best on the communications, and you let the people show you what good looks like in the communities. And if you communicate well, we don't always do it great, but when we do it well, then people rise up and we get them the resources they need to make a difference in that community.
But by the way, that sounds like a pretty even match for journalism.
Yeah, and by the way, we supply the benefits for a lot of Congress, and they have good benefits.
So, Steve, to what extent are you playing the same sort of bottom-up playbook here? Because you've got things like your AI Academy. Is that an effort to kind of really build from below?
Yeah, I think you asked about the how and cultural transformation, and I'll get to the AI component in a minute. But it sometimes, when I first got that, and other places I've come in where their cultural change is needed, I often will get the question, so Steve, when are you going to change a culture here? And I'm always quick to say, if you're waiting for me to change a culture, it's going to be a really long wait. This is something we have to do together. So I think, once you get the purpose, priorities clear, and connect the dots with the work, and then empower people and give them the tools and let them know that you are on their side. You have their backs, and you want them to be successful and develop and have great opportunities professionally, personally, then the thing kind of just takes off. And that's what I've experienced. But specifically in terms of, how technology is changing, how we think about it. So go back to transforming our company and then transforming U.S. healthcare. Of course, AI is going to help more efficiency, more accuracy, more insights. The operational transaction nature, it's going to reduce phone calls, it's going to reduce rework, all these things. But what I'm most excited about is actually the opportunity to have healthcare consumers engage differently in their own health.
Right.
There's more information. So we think about navigation, we think about advocacy, and we think about better partnerships between payers and providers, the healthcare ecosystem. AI is going to help us do all that. And the workforce of the future are going to be people who understand that and are excited about it and embrace it. So we have leadership AI training especially for leaders because they need to lead the way here. And then we have AI Academy for all of our workforce because, look, we don't want them to be anxious about it because they are. I mean, that's the reality. We want them to be, curious and innovative and sort of bold in embracing these tools that will help us actually transform and create a different kind of outcome for healthcare.
Dave, I want to pick up on the anxiety point there. I mean, AI is sort of pushing anxiety through the workforce everywhere, but you've been through a pretty anxious period. The question marks over this deal lasting for so long must have led to a huge amount of anxiety in your workforce. What did you find as a CEO was most important for keeping people focused on that time, keeping them delivering through all of that uncertainty?
Well, it comes back to living by this code and making sure they have the truth.
Right.
And so we have a number of different ways to communicate with people. We do our best to meet with them frequently. We can do it virtually. We can do it in person. But we also created kind of our own little Facebook thing back years ago, which was, we called it X, which with our ticker symbol, X app, where people can go in and see what's happening across the company. And we've used that as a communication. But it's not just one thing you have to actually help them with. And now with AI, I mean, what we tell to our people, we say, AI will not take away your job. But if you're not going to want to use it and you resist it, then somebody will take the job. Because, I go back to my early, and I'm going to date myself for sure, Lotus 1, 2, 3 users. How many did that?
I remember that.
I could do a macro that would wrap around this room. But when we got that Lotus 1, 2, 3 in place, I was at CAT at the time, it was one of these things that we do like 2 budgets, rolling it up to the top, right? But then after we got Lotus 1, 2, 3, we do it thousands of times, right? And then Excel and all the technology. And now with AI, these large language models, and I was just telling you the other day, I like to have ChatGPT argue with Claude. Oh, it's fun.
These are the skills you need now as a CEO. Dave, Steve, thank you so much.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Please welcome Senator James Lankford and Burgess Everett of Semafor.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Burgess Everett, Congressional Bureau Chief of Semafor. This is Senator Langford, the senior senator from Oklahoma, and also the ethics chair.
Yeah, thanks for using the seniors term on that.
Yeah. It's not an age thing, though.
Yeah.
Because I think you're younger than the junior senator.
It's all right.
Now. And you're the ethics chairman.
I am.
This entire interview will be about.
Very coveted role to be the ethics chairman.
Yeah. Are you allowed to even comment on that? No, you're not. So yesterday was tax day. Are people feeling the tax cuts at this point? This has been sort of the central plank of the Republican agenda, and sometimes I think maybe it's been overshadowed. So can you tell me,
So half of what we did first, we changed no rates. So all rates stay the same. Every rate was scheduled to go up, but half of Americans, they just have the same rate they had last year. So no, they don't feel anything because you don't feel it didn't happen on it. So, but half Americans didn't have anything changed on their taxes. The other half, though, significantly did. We've got millions of people now that with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. We've got 25 million seniors that are out there that are now not paying tax on their Social Security, especially for working seniors. Very significant for them that's out there. We've got lots of businesses that are doing CapEx expenditures right now because they have permanency in that. They have the ability to be able to write off in the year they actually take it.
The expensing.
All the full expensing. That's right. That's one of the areas I worked on for a long time on it, saying this should be basic normal American tax policy is to say you're able to do full expensing the year you do a purchase. Very significant for those companies as well. So whether it's farmers, ranchers, small businesses that are really experiencing a lot of the CapEx full expensing on that, or whether it's folks that either their rates didn't go up or they have an additional piece that's out there. If you talk to a lineman, if you talk to a firefighter, law enforcement, you talk to folks that do deliveries, all your Uber Eats folks on it that are dealing with tips and overtime, yeah, they're definitely feeling it.
So, I mean, we saw what happened in 2018, big tax cuts in 2017. Republicans still lose the House in 2018.
Yeah, Americans still make their own decisions.
How concerned are you about that pattern repeating itself, like that people don't necessarily recognize and give you credit for the tax cuts?
Yeah, I think Americans on the whole are grateful, but they'll also say, that was great, that was yesterday.
Right.
What are you doing for me today?
And what's your answer to that?
Well, the answer is you still got to be able to keep working. We still have affordability challenges. We still have healthcare challenges. We still have lots of other things. And so, again, elections are in November. Taxes are in April.
Right.
So I don't think people are thinking about taxes once they get to November. They're thinking about it maybe right now and going, yeah, that's better.
Right.
But we still got to be able to show our work through the rest of the year.
So how do you get folks who maybe have voted for both parties in the past, go to the ballot box in November and say, I want to keep Republicans in the House and Senate majority? What is the argument for that?
So most of the time it's actually be one person at a time. There are some folks that vote based on the president or the party. A lot of folks, especially in the middle,
you think people aren't going in there thinking about who's controlling Congress?
I think most people are walking in and saying, do I like or not like the person that's actually running for this seat at this time? Mm-hmm. It's the oldest joke out there that your own member of Congress has a 60, 70% approval rating, but Congress has a 3% approval rating.
Right.
You know, it's because when you think about do you like Congress, everybody just naturally thinks about the person they don't like in Congress.
Yeah.
We're Americans. That's what we do. We think about what we don't like first. And so we immediately, and it's either party on it, they'll think about, okay, I don't like that person in Congress, and no, I don't like Congress, but my congressman, they're doing a good job. I'm able to hold them to account. That's a pretty common conversation across the country.
Are you worried about the economy right now? Do you think?
Sure.
Yeah. What worries you in particular?
So interest rates, obviously, is a big issue. I had a long conversation 2 days ago with Kevin Warsh. He came in the office and we just kind of visited on where things are going. We got to be able to deal with the economy. We got to deal with interest rates. He's got a lot of hard decisions to be able to make. Quantitative easing has put a tremendous amount on the balance sheet of the Federal Reserve, like never before. Dealing with this kind of quantity to be able to go up and down on that. That kind of movement affects the economy in ways that we don't know on the whole. So that's significant.
Do you think people could vote based on the economy against Republicans?
Sure.
Is that
sure.
sentiment?
Yeah, I mean, people make their own choices on it.
Yeah.
I've never tried to pigeonhole all Americans think this, because we don't. Everybody makes decisions on different things. There are going to be some people that vote for against me. I'm not up this time, but they'll say, I don't like redheads. So yeah, fine, you're out. But everybody makes their own decisions on it. There'll be a lot of folks that are thinking about the economy, though. There's no doubt, because you think about your own personal world.
You mentioned Kevin Warsh, so this question is not a non sequitur at this point.
Okay.
Do you think the president should kind of lay off Jay Powell, the Federal Reserve Chairman?
He's been pretty subtle on his opposition to Jay Powell, I've noticed. He's going to say what he's going to say on that one to be able to speak out. I don't like a lot of Jay Powell's decisions and how he handled the economy at some critical moments on that.
Sure.
But Jay is going to be there. He's going to remain. He'll be a part of the conversation on it.
He's not going to be fired.
No, I don't think he's going to be fired, nor I think he could be at that point. So he's going to be there. He's going to step aside from this position of leadership, still be on the board. So he'll still be an active part of the conversation, but he'll be a part of the whole rather than the point person. And then it's going to be up to Kevin in the days ahead to be able to work with the whole board. It's not a dictatorship to be able to say, I think this is the right way to be able to go, and let's set a different vision on it.
But your colleague, Senator Tillis, doesn't want Kevin Warsh confirmed until this investigation is dropped into Jay Powell. Do you think that investigation has merit? Do you think it should be dropped?
I think the investigation will come to a conclusion in the next couple of weeks. That's
you
what
do.
I think.
You do. And this will all kind of resolve itself naturally.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, what's going to happen with these reconciliation bills? You talked about, we still have work to do.
Yeah.
We're talking about, sounds like a narrow immigration enforcement bill in the Senate, but that might strand the Pentagon funding that might be needed for the Iran war. You're in leadership now, so you get some say in this.
Yeah,
what do you want to happen?
And the powerful chairman of the ethics committee, you left that out too. What I think happens with the reconciliation bill is we're stuck. We do need to fund ICE and Border Patrol. I mean, I understand there are differences of opinion on enforcement priorities here. We're not going to not have ICE and Border Patrol. We're not going to have a time where we're not paying federal law enforcement to be able to do what American citizens say. We need to do this. Now, we can talk about how that's actually done, and that's a big issue of why Mark Wayne Mullen is now leading DHS to say, hey, there needs to be a new way we're doing enforcement. We need to handle this a way that Americans look at it and go, that's the right way to be able to do it. So that's entirely appropriate. The president's already made a pretty dramatic shift in leadership in DHS. Mm-hmm. But we're still going to do enforcement on it. Right now, my Democratic colleagues don't want to vote for anything for ICE or for Border Patrol, so it leaves us stranded.
Do they think Mark Wayne Mullen's doing a better job than Kristi Noem, though?
You know, I've not heard anyone say yet. Mark Wayne Mullen's
not even on the floor. I mean,
not even on the floor. I'm not hearing that. And I would tell you, Mark Wayne came in saying, "I want to get us off the front page of the news.
Has that happened?
Let's do our job," and it has.
Kind of feels like it has.
Yeah,
except for the shutdown.
Correct, except for the shutdown, and we're in this weird moment that the Democrats don't want to vote for ICE and for Border Patrol at all. We've got to have that. So we tried to work through the appropriations process. We can't. So this is the only option we have is to try to do a reconciliation for that area. But we've got to still get back to the normal process on appropriations for everything else.
Some people want to kill the filibuster for that, for the Save America Act. Yeah. Where are you on that?
I do not think we should kill the filibuster.
Why?
I've been very clear on this. Well, there's a couple of reasons. One, it's this uniquely American thing to be able to have the filibuster. And no one thinks about this day to day. No one votes based on the filibuster on this. But we feel it as Americans. We're the only legislative body in the world that has a set of rules like this, but it literally forces one place in government where both sides have to be grown-ups and talk to each other. It's the United States Senate. That's the one spot. Executive branch, one person. The House of Representatives, simple majority. Supreme Court, simple majority. When it comes to the Senate, 60 people have to agree to debate something even. And then 60 people have to agree, we're done debating this. And then it passes with a simple majority. But both sides have to be able to talk to each other. I think it's good for America. I think it's good for our law stability. I think it's good for business to be able to have a place where there's some stability across all government. It's not just a motion of the country at that moment. We've got to have a place where both sides have got to sit down and talk. That is the United States Senate, and I think it's beneficial for the country to have that spot.
There are end arounds, obviously, the reconciliation.
Yeah.
Is that how you all think you'll fund the Iran war supplemental?
I don't know that at this point. We haven't seen what the supplemental is. There's been this trial balloon, $200 billion. None of us saw that document. The White House and Pentagon are now coming out and saying it's not going to be $200 billion. It'll be something south of that.
Make your eyes pop a little bit?
Well, everybody's waiting to see the facts on it. A number is one thing. What's the detail? What is that for? Because some of these supplementals have been not only restocking, but they've been for the next level. The ultimate moment for Congress to be able to talk about the war in Iran is when you talk about funding. There's all these, we're going to have a war powers resolution, or we're going to have what's called an AUMF, or we're going to have all these different moments, and all those are fine. The real moment where Congress speaks on this is in the dollars.
Will there come a moment, do you think, when you all need to authorize this war?
Yes, if there's long-term continuance, yes.
Yeah.
There would be,
I
actually.
mean, there's these legal clocks, right? 60
Sure,
days,
yeah,
90
yeah.
days.
And the president so far has abided by the clocks. Like within 48 hours of the conflict beginning, he came to Congress, made the
the letter.
notification
Yeah.
correct. So he's abiding by those clocks, but there's a 60-day clock. Long-term really is the funding moment on this.
Yeah. Are you like ready for this war to wrap up, or do you think we have more to do there?
I think everyone is ready for it to wrap up. But the challenge of it is Iran has been attacking us for 47 years. Mm-hmm. They're the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. They continue to attack our allies and Americans. We have about 750,000 Americans that live and work in that area, in the Emirates and Saudi Arabia and Israel and Jordan and all through that area. Iran and their proxies have been attacking Americans over and over and over again for 5 decades. They have been obsessed with acquiring a nuclear weapon. Clearly, their scientists are smart, they're innovative, they're able to develop this technology to be able to do it. The problem is, great, you're smart, you're innovative on it. You're the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, all of what they do in that area do not happen without a terrible thing to be able to have in the hands of a regime like that. So I grieve for the Iranian people that live under the oppression of that regime. Thousands of them have been murdered and their bodies left in the street because the regime doesn't want any opposition. They want abject control. And this extremist regime wants to continue to be able to dominate the entire region. The reason we have the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain is because of Iran. The reason we have bases in Saudi Arabia and UAE and Jordan, all these areas, is because of the constant threat of Iran in that area. If we were to ever have a day where Iran is not constantly attacking Americans and our allies in the region, this would be dramatically different for the entire region. It'd be dramatically different for the world economy. So the goal, I would love to have a Jeffersonian democracy in Iran. I would love that. That's probably not going to happen, but let's begin with the most basic things. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They can't have terrorist proxies attacking us constantly, and they can't just randomly open and close the Strait of Hormuz based on the pressure points that they want to be able to have. They need to function with the rest of the world and the rest of the region. They need the ability to be able to select their own governance, but at a minimum, stop attacking us.
What went through your mind last night when you saw 40 Senate Democrats vote against these arms sales? There was a bulldozer one, which was 40, I think 36 on the bombs. Highest numbers we've ever seen.
Ever seen.
In opposition to selling Israel weapons. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I was surprised in some ways on that. I'm seeing a real turning. Quite frankly, Israel is a very strong ally to the United States. It's not just a statement of political agreement or disagreement on it, but technology and medical and innovation and national defense. They've been a great ally for us in the region. They face threats that we don't face every day. Yeah. They just do, and it's existential for them. Canada is our partner. I'm not afraid of Canada running across the border with Mounties and attacking us. All of Israel's borders are a threat to them at any moment.
Is anyone in your party, do you think, wavering on funding Israel, or is this are Republicans strong on
I would hope, when I first came to Congress, this was a bipartisan issue. In fact, it was a nonpartisan
It's getting to be more of a...
And it's becoming more and more partisan. It just is. But our alliance and relationship with Israel, I think, should be a nonpartisan issue. Now, again, we have differences of opinion with every one of our allies. We have a difference of opinions as Americans. I mean, that's not the issue. So we're going to have differences where we're going to disagree, but the alliance should remain incredibly strong.
One thing I think people don't know about you, and maybe the Senate as a whole, is you all do these Thursday prayer groups, I believe. Is it Thursday?
Wednesday morning.
Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
And can you just talk a little bit about what you're kind of a man of deep faith. Tell, does that help the Senate work better? Have you made relationships through that?
Yeah, it does. I won't talk about all the people that are in it, but it's a significant bipartisan group that we get together on Wednesday mornings, pray for each other, talk about our families, talk about what's going on at home, take the politics off for an hour, and actually treat each other like human beings.
Right.
I think it's beneficial.
As that, and your the co-leader of the Ethics Committee, Senator Coons, who I believe, he's talked about this before, I'm not breaking the news.
That's
I think he's in this prayer group.
He's
Has that led to that relationship between you guys?
Yeah, it does help significantly for that. It is a place, we have kind of a running joke in the Senate prayer breakfast. It's harder to stab someone in the back after you prayed with them in the morning. Not impossible, but harder. To do, but it is a place where we can talk about our families, we can talk about what's going on in real life. And again, politics dehumanizes people. Social media dehumanizes people. That is a place where we actually have human conversation and get a chance to be able to pray for each other, talk about our own faith journeys, Faith journeys are not simple and clean. Faith journeys are exactly that. They are a journey of learning how to be able to walk with God, learning how to be able to process things, making mistakes, seeking forgiveness. That's just reality of a human experience on that and walking with God. That place has become a safe place for Republicans and Democrats to be able to actually talk about the humanity and our own pursuit of God.
Senator, thank you for a human conversation.
Yeah,
Appreciate
glad to.
it.
Glad to.
Please welcome Diane Hoskins of Gensler, John Santora of WeWork, and Gina Chua of Semafor.
Come on, Well, that's a really enthusiastic welcome. Did you pack it with your staff in there? John, Diane, thanks very much for being here. So I guess there was sort of a death match between office and work from home, and office, I think, has won. We've got 4-day-a-week mandates. We've got rents spiking in grade A districts. But then the flip side of that is like we see a lot of empty space. U.S. office vacancy is at a historic high. So what's actually going on?
So as we were talking earlier, it's a tale of two cities, right? So the Class A buildings, the premier buildings in the major cities are what is drawing the tenants. There is also a lot of Tier 2 buildings that have been reinvested and reinvented. And we look at 1 Madison Avenue in New York, right? We look at the Transamerica Pyramid in San Francisco, where the money was available for the owner to reinvest and reinvigorate the building with the right amenities and so forth. But it is those Class A buildings that are drawing the tenants. The B stuff will continue to be challenged until it gets invested back in.
Yeah, we're at such an interesting time right now in office. I think we all experienced, the COVID impact. And it was an interesting moment. And it was, again, as a firm that has studied sort of trends in workplace for decades, it was kind of a confluence of two things. One was, of course, COVID itself, sending all of us, to work in our homes. But also in all of the research that we've seen and trends and surveys, it was also kind of that low point of satisfaction. The level of dissatisfaction with the workplace was at an all-time high. There had been densification and densification and densification, and people were getting less and less and less and less space. There was more and more and more and more noise and less places to meet with others. That, again, that kind of work from home opportunity, while it took a little bit of adjustment, started to solve a lot of the problems people felt in the workplace. So the kind of come back to the workplace was not necessarily come back to utopia, but it was really, I'm not sure if it's where I want to work and I'm doing better work here. And so what we've seen is that there's been a real honest dialogue about what it takes to do great work and what are the environments that are needed. I think everyone, most companies, most business leaders realize I'm missing a lot of that collaboration that really drives my business. People do need to be together at least a certain amount of the time. And I want to talk about the percentage in a moment. But also, you've got to support people in their individual work as well. They've got to be able to have a space to focus and to be able to get work done. And that's what we heard in all of the surveys that we have done through this entire period is, why do you come to the office? At first, it was like social and all these other things, and then the overwhelming to get work done. And at the end of the day, if it's a great place to get work done, then it's going to be a place of choice. So what we've started to see, and again, we have monitored and surveyed workers across the United States and every major city in the world before COVID, through COVID now. And, we're seeing in the United States in particular, it's probably about 60% of people's time they feel is ideal to be working in the office. And the remainder of that is, a bit from home and a bit from client sites and other places. So the, kind of 3 day a week and plus is sort of where we're seeing is the sweet spot. But it's not, again, and I think John's point of the premium spaces, and what do we mean by premium? The employers that are investing in a bit of remodel, if not a wholesale remodel, to really address more collective space, better focused spaces, and really, again, recognizing that people need to also have places where they're going to be able to interact with other, staff members virtually as well. So, basically, people are looking for a new kind of workplace as they come back into the office. And we're seeing that, again, buildings that are in that premium category or renovated category where amenities are there are where people are returning to.
I think I just want to add something to that, Diana. You're absolutely right. But it is incumbent upon us as leaders, the CEOs, the leaders of the teams, our next level down, to make it worthwhile for the people to come to work. So one is about the space and how they interact, but two is about the mentorship, the leadership, them learning from us, and acknowledging that they're there and supporting that. That's an important part of this, because without that, it's still an empty place.
So John, I mean, you sort of, there's two sets of customers you have, right? The people who run the companies, who take the space because it's flexible and they get to hedge some of their risk. And then, of course, the actual people that come to the office are actually the actual customers who come in and use the space. Where do you see their interests converging and diverging?
So when we look at who is in our office, is what you're referring to, it is everyone from, we have 47 of the Fortune 100 that are sitting in our spaces around the world, as well as the startups, right? So there's that blend. And by the way, part of that is the creativeness that happens. So the discussions have been around AI over the last couple of days as part of almost every discussion. We have 220 AI companies that are in our spaces. Right. When you walk around some of our buildings in San Francisco or in New York, with the glass walls, they're writing formulas on the glass. And you see them interacting, even though they're different companies. And then they're coming together out in the common areas to learn. So that creative nature is an important part of what our environment provides, but it's what Diane and her teams are building in the traditional corporate headquarters.
And Diane, how do you think, how are companies thinking about AI and what that means for the workspace, not least in terms of what that means for their workforce and where they'll be, how many there'll be, and so on?
Well, I don't know an organizational leader who is not thinking about AI and frankly obsessed about what it means for their organization. So it's really front and center. I'm sure it is for all of us in this room. We just released one of our most recent surveys of workers and relating to this topic. There is a really interesting thing happening. It's, again, this it kind of is driving people back to the office. People realize that workflows are being reimagined, that people are experimenting, that they are experimenting. They want to know what their colleague is finding or learning how to do. no one is kind of an island in these organizations. And so, what your colleague here is doing, how does that relate to then that workflow that you're part of? There needs to be a lot more communication and connectivity as we go through this transition, and that is not lost on people. It is part of what is driving people back into the office. In fact, again, we've done these surveys for decades, and, we talk about how much time you spend in focus work and how much time you spend collaborating and how much time you spend kind of socializing and how much time you spend in learning activities. For the first time in probably 2 decades of these surveys, we actually see a significant increase in the learning activity going on with people in our organizations. And they're looking at that, and that is part of what they're doing in the office. It's part of why they're saying they want to be in the office, because there's no manual. This is all new. It's being invented as we speak. They're part of the team that needs to rethink the workflows themselves. So presence is even more at a premium today.
But I mean, just cutting a little more to the bottom line on this, I mean, there's all sorts of talk about, job apocalypses and companies cutting back and looking at opportunities to streamline their workflows. And, those are decisions, obviously, that will be taken in the moment, but leases are long-term. So how are companies thinking about long-term leases, or for that matter, thinking about flexible spaces? That's your opportunity right here.
Look, I think we all know this is a transitionary period, right? What the company looks like today is not what the company is going to look like a year from now or 2 years from now, but you have to look out long-term. But it's tough to make that decision, so you need to plan for the disruption versus reacting to that disruption, right? We know there's going to be some disruption. So just put my real estate hat on, right? So 47 years at Cushman & Wakefield and working with these large corporations, making a long-term commitment today for a space has to have some flexibility in it. I'm not selling WeWork in that question, but it's going to be the ability to take some extra floors or give some floors back in that discussion. And the landlord's going to have to work with those tenants on it, because you don't know what you need. And if you think you do, you're wrong. There's no question about it. Take a look at let's just look at the 2000s, right? So from 2001, the technology crash, all these spaces, all these suburban office buildings put on the market and sat there, and everybody had to take a write down to their books. We come back, everything rebounds, business rebounds. 2008, bang, companies going belly up, all this space in the big cities, high-priced space, big build-outs, again, hits to your financial.
And then we get COVID.
And the same thing happens, right? So, and what did heads of real estate do during COVID? They let their leases expire because nobody was in the office. Now we have this chance to adjust. And then we get the AI issue coming in.
What are your clients?
Slightly different spin on it, because I've looked at all of those cycles, and actually, the inventory, you'd have thought, wow, it went, the occupancy went down, therefore, the inventory wasn't going to grow. And actually, after every single one of those down cycles, inventory grew. So demand was even higher than when we went into each of those cycles. And I think that's something that we don't usually understand or recognize is going on in our cities and in our organizations, is that companies continue to grow. Companies continue to innovate. Companies continue to innovate through these transitions, developing new offerings, new companies that are spinning off. And that, again, we have seen literally growth in real estate inventory literally after every major downturn. Now, will this be the same or not? I think the phenomenon that we're finding, and we work with more tenants than anyone else in the world, the phenomenon we're finding is, as John was talking about, a lot of people let either leases go, or when that renewal came up, they said, let's just stay pat, or let's just shave 10%. And again, this word uncertainty.
Right.
driving those, those either downsizing or let's not take any more space. And we've seen that now for 5 years. And we are working with companies who made those decisions, who are already now taking more space in their markets, trying to get more space in the buildings that they're in. Because, again, that short-term thinking creates certain decisions. And real estate is a long-term, contract. But also, your business is a long-term contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not running it just this year or just under these circumstances. There is a future set of circumstances as well. And so I think and New York is a great example of this right now, because there's a lot of companies that didn't get more space that frankly now realize that, we're still growing, we're still innovating. Yes, AI is there, but AI is as much opportunity for people to grow as it is for, a changing of roles. We can all have our scenarios and anecdotes about how, all of the technologies that we've seen in our own lives have created growth. And yes, there's some jobs that don't exist anymore. I could say in my own business, in architecture, there are things we don't do anymore that we did when I first came out of school. But there's things we're able to do now because of the technologies that we have that is, again, at a premium level for our clients rather than some of the kind of more mundane things that we would do as architects, but would take a ton of time.
Let me switch gears a little bit. I mean, the two of you have great visibility into how cities develop. I mean, you're not in residential, but certainly office is a huge part of that. And again, we're seeing grade A being taken out. That's city centers, revitalizing. Grade B, I guess, will come along at some point as grade A gets too expensive and people spill out. Mm-hmm. What happens to all of those suburban cities? I'm not quite sure what the right word is. Suburban cities of office
corporate parks, right?
Yeah, office parks out in the middle of New Jersey. Who's filling those up? What happens to that land? What happens to those municipalities that may or may not be getting the tax base they need?
So what we've seen, and this is, again, real estate hat, not WeWork. So what we've seen happen there is as the corporates move back to the cities where the talent exists, these parks sat there. And the towns don't want them to go to industrial. They're perfect for industrial because they're right off all the highways, but the towns don't want the trucks coming in and out in the industrial piece of it. They don't want the data centers because there's this concern around data centers. What does that mean? Power and all the other things. So then you start to look at residential, but that doesn't give them the tax base. What's happening now, though, is they're beginning to realize as they sit there for 4 or 5 years, they don't have the tax base either way. So some are evolving into residential. You're seeing some of the 55 and older to meet my generation as we downsize. You're seeing some shift to data centers because they need the cash, right? They need the cash. Very few have gone industrial, though.
Well, the point you're bringing up, which is really how space usage needs to change and adapt to meet the market. Our buildings are as much infrastructure in the built environment in our cities as the roads and all the other component parts. And we're all witnessing kind of this very interesting transition. Our firm has played a role in helping really cities and individual building owners in the office domain to see and understand, is that building suitable to be a residential building? We created a tool, an algorithm, to be able to test any office building to see if it actually would meet the market in terms of the setbacks, in terms of the sizes of units, in terms of ceiling heights and all these sorts of things. And many of those projects, actually several in New York, because they got great zoning, flexible zoning in New York, buildings can transition from, whatever it is that the market needs. Right now, the market needs more residential. And, again, there are a number of cities that are able to, either through subsidies or, again, because the basis of those buildings are so low now that residential developers can buy them and still invest and still have rents that meet the market, at least for, kind of a certain segment. So you're seeing this transformation. It's happening faster than probably normally because we don't usually witness these things and, sort of right in front of our faces. But we've seen it also, guys, in retail. This has been happening, going from bricks and mortar to digital and finding that middle zone where, retailers now understand it's not about necessarily the big mall, but it's about creating those individual experiences that, create a relationship with the brand. Well, again, that same thing is happening in the office segment, those B buildings and those C buildings. They could be great buildings for this issue of how do we create more residential? It's, a building is like a 3-year timeline. How do you do it in a, year and a half by reusing a building? So, that industrial park, it might be a data center. It might be, some kind of employment situation. It might be a university. Universities are now buying some of these products as well.
Or as John says, maybe there'll be retirement homes.
Yeah, could be a retirement home. The biggest challenge with those parks, though, is the lack of transportation.
Right.
And that's the biggest challenge.
15-second round before we have to get off. Do people really like open plan offices, and do they really like hot desking?
So let me jump in on that real quick. We just did a survey, and again, this kind of goes back to your point about a lot of this has to do with how we manage our spaces as much as what the design is.
Yeah.
In our survey, and I think one of the things people believe, the only 60% are there, therefore, I can reduce space by 40%, and I'll have this sort of, unassigned dynamic that you grab a space when you come in, you just go grab an open space. People hate that. That's what our survey shows.
Thank you. All right. And on that note, I think we can end the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Dan.
Welcome Tim Walsh of KPMG and Rachel Oppenheim of Semafor.
Tim, welcome.
Good morning, Rachel. Great to be here.
So, Tim, just to introduce you to the audience, you are the chair and CEO of KPMG, a member of its global board, leading more than 36,000 professionals across the U.S. and bringing over 3 decades of experience. You advise complex and multinational organizations on everything from audit to capital markets to strategic transformation. So glad to be catching up with you here today. Just to kick us off, you are advising leaders in boardrooms across so many of the world's largest organizations. I want to know what they're really saying in this moment.
Oh, behind the scenes. Well, Rachel, first of all, thanks for having me. It's really, really nice to be here. There are There are some really common themes that come up in almost every single meeting that I'm having with CEOs. I'm sure that many of you will recognize these themes. First, I would just say supply chains. And what's interesting about supply chains is that the narrative around supply chains has changed since the beginning of the year. It started with, if we went back 12 months ago, we're talking like tariffs. Then, we hit Greenland, we're talking about tariffs again, then we're talking about the Strait of Hormuz. And then a different type of supply chain disruption potentially as we're all building in our businesses using OpenAI and Anthropic and others. When you have the disruption with Anthropic and the US government, that creates another disruption for all of us who work with the government. And so these themes of constant disruption is there. And then I would also say, of course, AI, return on AI, deployment of AI into the business. And then finally, we could go on, but finally, there's not a meeting that I have that does not include a conversation around cyber risk.
Especially this week with all of the news coming
Especially this week. I mean, even with Mythos, of course, but and before that, you saw the friendly hack with McKinsey, and then prior to that, you had Anthropic disclosing some fully automated or almost fully automated threats against their platform that were successful by China. But what was was fully disclosed in public. It was good that they did that. But these threats are accelerating. They're obviously very real, and they're agentified, and therefore the only way to really protect oneself, one's business, is to use AI against AI.
On the subject of AI, predictions across business leaders, across the media, really range everything from dystopian mass job displacement to actually a total rewiring or reinvention of how work gets done. KPMG employs and hires thousands of people, tens of thousands of people. From your perspective, which of those narratives, rings closer to reality?
Yeah, this is I don't think there's ever any type of media that I'm doing right now where the first question is, what's going to happen to your workforce? Are you going to fire half of your workforce? Are you going to hire off campus? I will tell you what we're seeing, and we've had platforms now for quite some time where we have human AI back to human to client sort of workflows. And what I'm seeing is additional capacity in the business. I'm not seeing full reduction of an FTE for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 365 days a year. I also don't have my head buried in the sand. I understand that productivity is there. But I see this really, truly, as I look at the business and the actual statistics that I'm seeing in terms of how the business is operating with AI as we deploy it, being a capacity acceleration for the business. So more of a growth opportunity for KPMG. And I would say that's not unlike many of our clients that I'm speaking to as well. Clearly, if you're doing the same thing, day in, day out, repetitive type tasks, those are super easy to automate. But when you're not, and most of our employees that we work with do many types of things that require many types of judgment skills and interactions, this complete disruption and removal or disruption of the white collar worker is something to watch for sure, but it's not actually the actual results that we're seeing. I'll give you one other point, which I keep looking to because it's helpful to get data points as we're deploying AI into our businesses. The Anthropic jobs chart that they put out, if you haven't seen it, take a look. Sure. It does this comparison of the theoretical disruption of AI in the workforce versus what they're actually seeing with, let's say, 3,000 of their own clients. And of course, the theoretical and the actual, at least at this point, there's a huge difference there.
I love the way that you described kind of the different component parts of workflows, kind of the points where you need to exercise judgment, skills. I wanted to get a little bit deeper in terms of kind of these AI agents, how they're actually going to work alongside people, where you see those points of collaboration, where do things converge? Especially as you think about training your own workforce, but also envisioning how you steward your clients through the same kinds of transformations as well.
It's a different skill set for sure. And every single layer, Rachel, in the labor stack is disrupted by changes to what they do and how they do it. What we're seeing, again, on various platforms that we built that deliver our products to our clients, whether it's our audit product, for example, that sits in our Clara platform, you have parts of the business that were fairly routine types of transactions that need to be performed in getting the work done, that now, first, they were automated with agents. And so our human...
An example of...
So, for example, one of the things that our employees would do is they would come and they would understand a business workflow, for example, within the finance department. And in the past, they would need to go and they would sit with a client and they would understand and hear what the different points of the workflow would be. And then they would go back and document all of that. Now, they still meet with the client. However, everything is ingested into the automation. It's fully automated in terms of mapping the process for them. It's then provided to them. They don't have to do any of that, except they need to critically review it, right? So then they take it from there. They take it, they pick it back up from the AI, they take it back, and then they have a conversation with our clients. That's the agent-human interaction. The next step that we're working on is orchestrators, right? So there are various tasks within a workflow that then can happen independently without handing back to a human, handing back to AI, handing back to a human, et cetera. And so, but these are different skills. I mean, there are skills, there are people in the workforce now that are AI orchestrators, right? They're AI managers, right? It's a different skill set. And so as we think about our employees, who we hire, the best and brightest, and we develop them, it's really my responsibility to make sure that they are upskilled with all the tools and training to bring them along that journey. So it's exciting.
I want to continue on the subject of skills and just get your very kind of unvarnished take on which skills are going to be more valuable in this kind of future world. What are you looking for across your whole organization, across your leadership team? Where are you seeing certain skills ascend and descend in terms of applicability to running this business today, given everything you just described?
Yeah, I mean, in addition to the skills that our people learn specific to what they do, whether that's deal or being a CPA and or a tax specialty, in addition to those, the real skill that we see is critical thinking and judgment, being able to assess and analyze outcomes as opposed to actually doing them and then analyzing them. And that is a different skill set. Let me give you an example. We've got a training facility in Orlando called KPMG Lake House, where we do all of our training for our professionals. And in those programs right now, we've got a pilot this summer with all of our interns. We bring in about 2,000 interns in our audit practice every summer. And instead of doing what they would typically do in terms of how do you do an audit or how do you do a tax engagement, for example, at KPMG, the entire internship will be based on critical thinking and critical learning. And we will be assessing our interns on those that we plan to hire and bring into KPMG based on the outcome of that and their ability to be critical thinkers. Because we need them to be able to do that skill earlier in their job journey and maturity within the firm and for our clients.
It felt like over the past couple of years, we've all spent so much time across industries talking about remote work changing the landscape. And now with AI layered on top, I really want to end on how you're thinking about maintaining and fostering a sense of culture in the workforce, given all of these different kind of cross currents that are dramatically changing how we physically show up and how we theoretically show up and how we engage with, I suppose, now a combination of human and agentic colleagues across all of these different aspects. What does that mean for culture to you?
So connectivity is becoming more, human connectivity is becoming more and more important as we continue to advance automation into our businesses, not only from a business perspective, but we're finding that it's important to our people. if you think about it, if I could automate and or offshore a task, and so therefore you can do it remote potentially, then I potentially don't need that employee, and so. But I do need the employee because I need them to make client connections. I need to make them human interactions, bringing the business to life and the culture, certainly of KPMG, to life. And that is what we're seeing. We just opened a new corporate headquarters in New York City, and 2 Manhattan West. And it's amazing, this new place with all of this energy has just, our people, where I was trying to get them into the office, I no longer even have to try. We're oversold. The people are coming in, they want to be together, and we're seeing some of those trends just in business and society in general right now, that human connectivity. So that's what I would end on.
As an organizer of a platform like this, that is music to my ears. Tim, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel.
Welcome Amos Hochstein of TWG Global, former US Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin, and Stephanie Ruley of MS Now News.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you, Semafor, for having all of us. I know the topic you're expecting us to cover is AI, and we're going to get to it. But given who I'm sharing this stage with and what's happening in the world, I feel like we need to get into the war. I don't think we have a choice. Amos, I just want to start with you. Given the recent developments, from an energy point of view, what do you think is the most important thing on your mind and what we need to be thinking about?
I think the most important point is that we have a fundamental change in how the world's energy is going to work moving forward. Regardless of how the war ends, Iran will have control of the Strait of Hormuz. Once you get that genie out of the bottle, it doesn't come back in. So it doesn't matter what is said in the ceasefire, the ultimate end of war documents, they know that they now have a leverage that works not only against the United States, but against their neighbors. And so they're going to want to keep that piece of leverage, and they won't give it up. Number one. Number two, we have the biggest disparity between where the market is and where the physical market is. So you can look on your iPhone screen today and look up Brent oil, and it'll tell you that next month oil, or today, is about $92 or $95. You can't buy a barrel of oil of Brent at 95. You can buy it for between 120 and 150.
Why is there that disparity? Because most people don't know that.
Well, there's no oil coming out of the Gulf, period. So that's 10 million barrels that don't exist. So the market is saying, it's going to be fine. Donald Trump just said that we're going to have good talks this weekend. And it's always on Sunday, Monday, we announce that we're going to have talks at the end of the week. The market
or just
calms
before
down.
the market opens.
Just before on Sunday, Monday. Usually Saturday is the bad news day. Sunday, during the day, it's still it's a bit tough news. So the Asian markets trade long, oil goes up. By the time markets open on Monday in New York, oil prices good news, and we're going to have a deal at the end of the week. The problem is that we have a crisis that's already happened. Demand destruction is already happening. It's just the market doesn't really care about low-income countries or middle-income countries. They only care about the United States and a few other countries. We have 5 countries that have gone to a 4-day work week to conserve energy, that have sent their kids back to Zoom school, not because of COVID, because they don't want them to drive. We have airports around Asia. I just came back from Hong Kong this morning, around Asia that have shutting down their domestic aviation in order to conserve jet fuel for the international flights. There are almost no tankers on the water going to Asia with any of these refined products. So I think the 2 big issues are, one is a right now issue. The market is discounting where we really are at its own peril. And we have a long-term problem or a medium-term problem of how do we manage a risk premium into the Strait of Hormuz that we only had in theory before and now we have in practice.
Dios mío. Bob, what do you think?
Yeah, I think, first of all, I agree with Amos and what he said. Secondly, I think Amos, it's emblematic of what I think is a much larger problem, which is I think we have a president who fundamentally is undisciplined and non-rational in the way he deals with policy. And it manifests itself in the approach to Iran, but I think it manifests much more broadly over his disregard for the rule of law, the punishment and intimidation of dissent, and then a whole vast array of economic policy issues. So I think we've got a level, Amos, of uncertainty and unpredictability. It certainly relates, as you correctly say, to the straits and to oil, but I think it relates far more broadly to the huge number of issues that we have to deal with if we're going to be as successful as we could be. You know, the sadness, and even the tragedy of it in a way, is we have had enormous economic strength, and we should succeed economically. But to succeed economically, we've got to deal with a whole host of policy challenges. Some are long-standing, like fiscal, health system, one thing another. And then there are a whole array of issues, including, as I said a moment ago, disregard for the rule of law, that this administration has created that are, I at least think, creating enormous dangers and damage to our economy, which will play out over time, and we've got to deal with that as well.
Then, given everything that the two of you just laid out, how does it make you feel, or what do you think when the stock market, when the equity markets continue to climb, continue to be so resilient, especially when we watch exactly how Amos just laid it out? We get bad news on Saturday. On Sunday night, Trump says, we're about to have talks, and then there's no evidence of that. Yet, the biggest, most sophisticated investors in the world who understand everything that you've just laid out just keep on brushing it off.
Yeah, but could I make one comment on that?
Please.
I've spent my entire adult life around risk. I was Goldman Sachs for 26 years, and the whole time I was involved with risk management. I was the government for 6.5, and then everything since then. If you look back over history, Stephanie, there are extended periods during which markets were out of sync with reality, and then all of a sudden they imploded. I'm not saying it's going to happen here. I'm not the foggiest notion. But for about 1.5 or 2 years prior to October of 1987, the markets went way, way up. October 17th, 1987, the Dow was down 22% in one day. Not because of anything happened that day, but simply because for a long period of time, markets have been out of sync with reality. I'm not saying that's the case now or not. Same thing with Greek debt versus bunds. For years, people knew that Greek debt should not have traded anything like the tight spreads they were trading at, but they did. And then in, roughly speaking, 2009, 2010, the whole thing came apart. I'm not saying it's going to happen here, but there's a long history of extended periods during which markets are out of sync with reality, and then all of a sudden they implode.
You want to weigh in on this?
Far be it from me. I mean, this is Bob Rubin here. I'm not going to argue at all.
But even market participants honoring an administration that respects the rule of law and the fact that we seem to be A-OK with what's happening.
So, look, I work for President Biden. I think everybody can guess where my political views are on the current administration. But I think that Wall Street, it's not as much about Wall Street traders want to believe whatever it is that will create market dynamic of increasing valuations, because that's what makes the system go around. And so you always want to believe. It's not that you create a belief. If the president says the war's about to end, then I choose to believe that because that's good for valuations. We've had two economies here before the war started, right? You had the K-shape of massive amounts of AI investment that's coming into the economy, and that's continuing. That is not dependent on the war. It is completely disconnected from that. And that is, the U.S. is so strong, the economy is so strong in that space. But everything else is very susceptible to higher costs. People are not feeling that same. They see the valuations on Wall Street, but they're not feeling it in their own pockets or in their own communities. because there's that dislocation of the two. So now when you inject into this a war that nobody knows how it ends, nobody knows when it ends, because it's going to end next week every week for the last 3 weeks. We don't know if the ceasefire is going to be extended. So we have two choices. We can say, look, let's work under the assumption that the war is not ending anytime soon, because it hasn't. And therefore, how do you calculate the risk on that? And I think the risk on that is not in the market at all. The only thing the market is looking at is looking down the road at whatever the futures curve is for the fourth quarter and saying it's going to be fine. And we have AI, and AI is going to be fine. So everything will be fine. And that's basically the market that we're in. And maybe they'll be right. There is a good chance they'll be right if the war ends in 3 days from now. But it may not be fine if it ends in 2 weeks from now, when European airports start having to shut down or to conserve energy. And that comes back home here. Again, airplanes from the United States that leave the United States can't take their jet fuel with them. So if you're going to a country that doesn't have jet fuel, they will have to accommodate or cancel those flights. And that's what then it starts coming into the economy.
Yeah, and I agree with everything Alan said, but I still think that the issue that we have, Stephanie, is much more foundational. We have an administration that acts with disregard for the rule of law, and in a whole array of issues, like I mentioned a moment ago, immigration, tariffs, and so much else, which is so critical to our economy, it basically is acting in ways that I think are going to do tremendous damage. Now, how should markets react to all this? My opinion, whatever it's worth, is I do think we have had enormous strengths. My instinct is, over time, our political system is likely to get back on track, but that is what we're all dependent on. And you can cross your fingers. And there are a lot of issues around whether that will or not happen. Maybe it's more my psyche than my intellect, but I believe the probabilities are that it's likely to, but not for sure. And so what I would do as an investor or whatever else is I would stay actively engaged, but with a cautious bias, so that if things do go wrong, I'll limit the damage, and I'm willing to pay the opportunity cost for doing it. But much more basically, Stephanie, we have had enormous strengths, and we should succeed. But to realize that potential, we have to meet our long-term challenge. I repeat a little bit what I said before. Meet our long-term challenges, and then we're going to have to repair the enormous damage that I think is being done right now.
Isn't it phenomenally naive, though, when we even say, hey, this war could end in 3 days? Is there any... I mean, you've been involved in high-stakes negotiations, right? Is there anything that you can point to that says, these peace talks they're about to happen. This could be real. Like the fact that we're even pretending that that's a reality right now. On Saturday night, they walked out before it even began, while Marco Rubio was at a UFC fight. Like for real.
Well, I think Secretary Rubio is a very good politician. He's choosing to be where there's success.
Yes.
And so the UFC fight may be a better place to be. Look, yes, I've done negotiations before. Yesterday, we had a tweet that's by the president that said that there was going to be talks between the two leaders of Lebanon and Israel. Now, today, we learned that there are not going to be talks. Like, you don't usually...
He's not a monument to accuracy, Amos.
Right. So you usually, if you're the markets or any other participant, you're usually able to take that statement. I use that because it's not all that critical, and yet it's indicative of where we are on these negotiations. Just to put a fine point on it, Stephanie, if you're going to have a deal where, according to the vice president, it's going to be centered around nuclear, that is a really complicated set of issues. If you're going to have an agreement that talks about enrichment levels, it takes weeks to be able to put pen to paper to write down, okay, who's going to do the verification? Is it going to be the IAEA or is it going to be American verifiers? Are they going to be on the ground all the time or some of the time? Are they going to have access to every site? Which sites are on the list? Which sites are off the list? How is it going to happen? Who's going to report? What are the metrics and mechanisms? That's all complicated. I didn't see anyone on the delegation who can write any of that. So if you're listening to, we may get a deal, you could get a headline deal, right? That says, we reached a longer ceasefire and Iran has made a number of commitments and the United States has made a number of commitments. And now we're going to spend the next 2 months writing about all this stuff, about how it's actually going to work. So that's my point, we're not close to an end of the conflict because all of that has to happen. And the Iranians have only one leverage in this entire negotiation, that's the Straits. So if you're Wall Street or if you're Main Street and you're thinking about, okay, they say the war may end, But the straits don't open until the end of the conversation, not at the beginning of it. So therefore, this compounding of the crisis, of the energy crisis, starts playing in. And energy crises are not like other financial crises. A financial crisis, it's, as Bob said before, the immediate reaction is right then, right? When it collapses, it's happening 22% in one day. When I don't have any shipments coming to me because the straits close, I now have 3 weeks of supplies because every boat on the water is about to come to me. Then those boats don't come anymore. Now I have some, most airports have some jet fuel in them. They have storage. They have all kinds of mechanisms in place that have to run dry before. But when they do, that's when you get to that cliff that Bob was talking about in 1987. That's oh my God, I don't have any more jet fuel. Now I'm closing airports. Now I can't build MRI machines. Toto makes the Japanese toilets that everybody likes.
No,
they make a lot of other things. They announced 2 days ago they are stopping manufacturing of a certain number of their lines. I think bathtubs was one of them. And why? Because the inputs are coming from the Middle East. So they're not closing down the company, they're not shutting down everything, but one or two of lines of manufacturing is now being shut down. So this is how this rolls slowly, and eventually you get to that point of reckoning. Again, if the war ends on Saturday, which we should all be hopeful that it does, and the straits open, we can slide back into normal over a period of time. But if it doesn't, if it takes longer, then we're in for a bumpier ride.
2 points on what Amos said. It was sort of implicit in what he said. Good government takes good process. It really does. And Amos just went through the steps you need to go through if you're going to deal effectively with what's going on. As far as I can tell, there's virtually no process or no coherent process in this administration. And that's not a political comment. Our country has done very well under Republicans. It's done very well under Democrats. It's done well in mixed governments. I don't think that's what we have. I think what we have is an authoritarian figure who operates at extremes way outside the range of anything we've ever debated in this country, and I think it's doing us tremendous damage. I do think, Amos, that independently, whatever, and I said this before, what happens with respect to the straits, and I think this is massively important, we just have this very large number of other issues, and I don't think markets or participants in markets currently are factoring in what, at least to me, seem to be the tremendous potentially long-term damage we're doing in making their risk-reward judgments. Now, that's not a negative comment. I think you have to balance and I did this my whole career, you balance the risks against the rewards, and I think it's got to be sure that you've identified the risks and made rational judgments about the probabilities, in my humble opinion at least, not so humble actually, in my opinion. I don't think the markets are doing that very effectively, but I could be wrong.
But is that because market participants can play the ultimate game of short-termism? Like, let's go back to Toto. Toto actually has to plan and manufacture something. And if I'm a hedge fund manager, I can buy it all today and sell it all 10 minutes from now. Those are totally different business models.
Yeah, and if I were running Goldman Sachs again, which Steve Friedman and I did at one time, I would say to people, don't worry about the day. Let's try to figure out in a longer-term sense what we think is happening, and let's operate in that function. And then if we think the risks in the short term are, which I happen to think they are, rather substantial, then you can adjust some and have a somewhat more cautious bias. I wouldn't try to outguess the markets on a daily basis. And I've spent my whole life doing this kind of stuff, and I've done it reasonably well, I think, actually quite well. And, and I just wouldn't do that.
From a historical perspective, when we have faced global economic crises, the United States has been a source of stability and credibility. Where does that put us now?
I think we've lost an enormous amount of look, everybody in the room knows it. We've lost an enormous amount of credibility, and I don't think that people trust our judgment. So I don't prescribe to the notion that the United States, it's over, right? The era of American, an American-led world is over. It's not over until somebody else can step in, and there's nobody to step in, and Europe is falling further behind and not coming. Even with some of their advances, they're not able to come together. At the end of the day, if you look beyond this war, the real economic competition that's going to dominate the world is in AI and in quantum computing. Both of those are dominated by two countries only, right? The United States and China. And that's where all the money is being spent. That is where all the innovation is happening. There's very little innovation that's happening at a scale. There's a lot of startups in a lot of countries, but there's not scale, right? There's only one AI company of scale in Europe, in all of Europe, and that's Mistral in France. There's only one quantum computing company in Europe. So that's where the real competition is. So it's hard to, when you talk about the next era, will the US dominate or not? Yes, the US is going to be dominant because our economy is dominant, innovation happens here. But have we lost the credibility and trustworthiness of managing world affairs? We were the ones that brought stability to the world. Our military was there not to go to war, but really more to ensure stability. And today we are the cause of the instability. And so I think that's going to take a long time for the world to figure out how to manage that risk.
The only thing I'd add to Amos' very good comment is when we've had financial crises over the last 30 years, the United States, with the IMF in some measure, has really been the source of addressing that instability. Mexican financial crisis, the Asian financial crisis. I think we are at real risk now, and you just said it, Amos, so I'm repeating what you said, of not having the credibility. And the credibility was grounded in having a strong economy, good policy, and then treating the rest of the world in a reasonable fashion, not attacking our NATO allies and others around the world, and creating the kinds of instability that we've now created around the world.
If AI is going to transform every element of the way that we live, is there a risk that investors start to say, when am I going to get the payoff from this, and start to get scared? Or is there a risk that what we're seeing on a local level, right? Tons of communities are saying, we're not going to take that data center. Is there a risk that things actually come to a halt, that the enthusiasm that's really being led by these AI companies, we're not going to be there to fulfill it?
I don't think so. Yes, I think one of the biggest issues of the midterms beyond on the non-congressional level, so at the local level, so state house, state senate, county executives races, et cetera, there's so much there that is going to be about AI data centers. And that's a problem that has to be addressed. But overall, I think we're still in a period of growth and investment in AI. At the end of the day, it is going to manage everything. Companies have to invest a lot of money, not only the OpenAI, Anthropic, but companies have to spend money to integrate AI into their systems, because if they don't, you can't afford to fall behind. Even if you don't know exactly, I think most CEOs don't know exactly what it means. I say, I'm going to bring AI into my company. I'm like, okay, I was told this is what I have to say. I don't actually know what it means. And it's okay, that they're trying to figure that out, but they have to spend money on that, because the worst thing is to not do anything and fall behind your competitors on this. So I do think we're going to continue to see the growth into investment into AI. And I think the government is falling dramatically behind in understanding how to address all the unintended and really consequential consequences that will come from it, whether it's on the labor force, on society, on all those things, regulations, we were talking about the security and safety of it. Those things we're not dealing with.
Well, there's no one in the government working on that while we're letting AI tech leaders run the table. Yeah, last point to you.
Yeah, I don't know if I totally agree with that, but I do agree with what Amos said. I think that you're going to see tremendous movement ahead on AI. There are enormous safety risks in AI, which aren't getting very much publicity. There's a book recently came out that quoted a Nobel Prize winning, I guess he's an economist, Nobel Prize winning economist, saying he thought there was a 50% chance that AI would eliminate life on Earth. Now, that may seem a little bit, the probabilities may be lower than he says, but no matter what they are, there are real safety risks. And companies aren't going to deal with that. Only government can deal with it, and certainly government as currently constituted in the United States can't deal with it. Number one. Number two, even if we could deal with it, unless we can do it with China, we run the risk of then China running ahead if we constrain ourselves. So that requires the ability of China and the United States to work together. And given the mutual antagonism that currently exists, even if we didn't have Trump and all the problems that's associated with that, I don't think we could do that. So I think AI has tremendous promise and potential, exactly as Emma said. But not only are there job loss issues, there are enormous safety and alignment issues.
We're out of time. What's the name of that book? I'm guessing you recommend it.
It's Sebastian Malaby's book called The Infinity Machine. I've read it. It just came out. It is massively worth reading.
Well, there you go. We're ending
unless you don't like nightmares at night.
Thank you both so much for your time, and thank you for being here.
welcome Thunder Brown Duckett of TIAA, Deanna Strable of Principal Financial Group, and Phil Mattingly of CNN.
Hi, guys.
Hello, how are you?
How are we doing?
All good.
I'm not going to, I think we can get around one of the questions I heard on the last panel, which is like, is America over? We're going to just focus, feel good about where we are generally as a country. Look, thank you guys very much for doing this. I was joking with my wife earlier. I've spoken and interviewed important people in my life. I've never seen resumes like the two of yours, and I'm really grateful to have your opportunity to get some insights. And I think what is a really uncertain time financially for a lot of people, and you guys probably have better market data on what that looks like and how people are feeling and what the changes are that are taking place right now. And hopefully you have great answers on how to address all of the changes perfectly with great solutions. So actually, I want to start with a question to both of you, which is, in the midst of the economic uncertainty right now, younger workers, how do they feel about their financial future? Tashonda, I'll start with you.
Great. Look, when you think about the young people and you think about the backdrop, they're heavy. They're sitting in a time navigating COVID. These are our graduates. They went through that. They're looking at a lot of uncertainty, student debt. They're seeing the overall geopolitical agenda. Affordability is a very big deal. What is the future of my opportunities when you think about AI, which they are well versed. But what I will also tell you is that they do care about their financial wherewithal. They are engaged. I think what we have to do a better job of is making that connection from the engagement and feeling heavy, but what can that opportunity look like? And so I think for them, they're heavy, but then you look at the stats. If you look at the unemployment rate, it's always been double the national average. So it's about 8 to 9%. When you look at their opportunity, I think they do feel the headwinds, but I think we have a responsibility to make sure that they can see the optimism, even in a backdrop of a lot of market uncertainty.
Deanna?
Yeah, everything that she said was really accurate. And we both serve millions and millions of participants in our retirement plan. And I think there's some things that are concerning when you think about young people, and some optimism I think you can see as well. I think from a concerning perspective, it's all the things that you talked about, right? It's the uncertainty on the job, it's the thinking about the future, it's the volatility in the markets. But when we look at the data within our retirement plans, the younger employees are actually saving at a very healthy rate, and actually saving at a rate much higher than previous generations. And obviously, if we can build upon that, that's going to be really important. I also think we need to continue to embrace financial literacy, because that still is a gap in our economy. But if you actually sit here today, we have nearly 40 states that have now passed mandatory financial literacy in the high school level for graduation. And if ultimately all of us can build upon that as they move from high school to college to their first jobs and beyond, I think ultimately there is some optimism when you think about the future.
I think what's interesting on what you're saying is that when you look at policy, for example, that has been an accelerator where companies can auto-enroll.
Yeah.
That they lower the age from 21 to 18. And so I do think some of the good news is that this younger generation doesn't have to do everything by themselves and have to figure out every single thing. They can enter the workforce and have some confidence that their employer will say, we have to auto-enroll you, and that you can do it with your first dollar coming in. And what's also interesting, I love your point about financial literacy. When you look at the stats, 49% of Americans struggle answering basic financial questions. And that number has been pretty flat for over a decade. And so even though we have so many tools at our fingertips, so many great financial apps, even though, as you said, there's 40 states that offer financial literacy in school, I do think we have to ask a first principle question: is the education sufficient when it comes to connecting the information with the action that can change behavior? And I think that is still opportunity for us in business. I think there's still opportunity for us as parents. I think there's still opportunity as we think about policy. The tools and the access has to connect to better outcomes in terms of being able to use that and make better decisions in order to have a secure future. So I would say the job is still there for us to improve the work that we're doing. But like you said, I think there's some positive steps that's making it easier for people to have some of the answers to the test.
Deanna, I mentioned, you guys have granular kind of on-the-ground data that is invaluable, and Principal has its well-being index that tracks small businesses, half of American workers. What are you seeing with employers right now as it pertains to benefits?
Yeah, so just a little bit of that. We have about 200,000 employer customers, and ultimately that's across retirement as well as benefits. And we do skew toward the SMB side of the market. So think of employers with less than 1,000 lives or even less than 500 lives. I'd say, and we survey them probably every 3 or 4 months. What we are seeing is cautious optimism, but very volatile, depending on when we talk to them. Ultimately, they're concerned about tariffs. They're concerned about market volatility. They're not as in tune likely with AI and how that might impact their ability to attract and retain talent. The other thing that we see is they're more confident about those things that they can control. So if you ask them the confidence on their business and and the ability to grow, the level of confidence is much higher. But then if you say, how do you feel about your community? How do you feel about your state? How do you feel about the strength of the U.S. economy? As you go farther away from them, their confidence goes down. And I think that's really important. Ultimately, I think the underlying economy is fundamental, is strong. And small business is the core of our economy. And so if they can be very confident about their own future, I think that's going to serve us well.
Tashonda, how do you make the case to maybe a younger person who's trying to figure out, okay, do I want to start putting money in my 401k, or do I want to make sure I've got rent? And I know that's kind of a dramatic framing of things, but I think it's a realistic framing for a lot of people, especially the younger generation.
Yeah, I get the opportunity, being the CEO of TIA, to go on college campuses all around the country. Yeah. And in addition to talking to the institutional clients, I get the opportunity to talk to the young people. Mm-hmm. And what I always tell them, if you don't hear anything else, there's one word you must embrace, and that's compounding. $1 today is worth more than $1 tomorrow. The other thing that I tell them is that when you think about why today is the day, you have to change the mindset. You can't afford not to contribute. And so what do I mean by that? I mean that, one, we know the power of compounding. Two, you're leaving coins on the table with your employer. Unless you like your benefit and you can say you can keep the match, you want to take advantage of everything that you are offered in terms of your benefit package. The other piece is you start to talk about the power of the tax code. You're earning more by contributing. And I don't think that the trade-off has to necessarily, like you said, which is how people feel, it's about paying rent or retirement. I would say it's about your daily habits. And how do you understand that you can break this down and start small? You can add $5 or $10 and build on it, but we cannot afford to not contribute, and you are leaving money on the table. And I would say that when you talk to the young people and you tell them your very first job, before you get the check, already max out, because you will have a baseline that you don't miss, and that power of compounding can change the outcome. And we have to talk to the young people, because remember, a future retiree has to have the benefit when they're young in order to have a secure retirement. And the reality is 45% of Americans run out of money in retirement, and we have to start with our young people. I will tell you, when I speak to the young people and you connect with them and you help them understand a different set of trade-offs, they come back to me, they'll slide into the Instagram or whatever and say, I maxed out, or I started to take action, because they do understand what this can mean if they don't. They don't want to be a burden to the next generation. They want to be able to have better outcomes for their family. And so I just think we have to change the framework. It's not rent or retirement. Mm-hmm. It's pay your bills, do what you can, make some different set of decisions, and then continue to improve, your outcomes along the way.
That is the most positive anecdote I've heard about college kids sliding into DMs. Maybe in the history of.
You should come out with me.
So just to add on that,
yeah, please.
I think that leaving the money on the table is the most critical piece of it, and the saving early. Again, you can look at any math and show if you do not contribute the first 10 years of your career and try to make that up, it's really, really difficult to do that. And kids understand free money, right? And the common match that employers are going to give is going to give them free money. And so how do you take advantage of that? And ultimately, like you said, start your budget with that already off the table. Exactly. The other thing is there is plan design like auto enroll, auto escalate that's going to make it easy for them. Probably the more concerning piece is we do have a number, too many, people that have access to a retirement plan that are not saving.
That's exactly right.
And the other concern is when you actually survey them, 60% actually think they are saving, and they're not. And ultimately, that's something we need to embrace. It's something that we as an industry need to embrace, something we need as employers, they need to embrace. Because again, if you actually think you're saving and not, that's actually even worse.
I love that. No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I think this is such a powerful point. And, I think if we take a step back and look at the stats, we have a $4 trillion savings gap in this country. $4 trillion. And there are 3 fundamental problems that we have to attack. I think you hit the first one in terms of savings, in terms of having a real savings gap where people are saying, I contribute, but they're not contributing enough. I think the other piece is an access gap. We do have 59 million Americans that don't have access to a workplace retirement plan. Mm-hmm. Those are the small businesses that you talk so much about and survey and provide us great insight. And so we have to be able to have policy that makes it easier for small business owners, more affordable and cost effective for them to be able to offer a workplace plan. And then lastly, we have a guarantee gap. We know that in the 70s when inflation was high, 2/3 of Americans had access to a defined benefit plan, a pension, money that they could count on. Now that number is under 12%. And so we have to not lose the plot. When it comes to a secure retirement, income has to be the outcome. Yep. Income has to be the outcome. And to have that quality income that you can live on, especially on the backdrop of longevity, we have to make sure people are saving enough. We have to make sure more Americans have access. And we have to make sure that there's some guarantee in their income that they can to depend on, especially as people are living much longer.
Deanna, Principal tracks kind of the state of hard stop retirement. Mm-hmm. Does it exist anymore on some level? And the evolution of it or decimation of it on some level, how does that change from a business perspective what you are offering, how you're thinking about?
Yeah, so the first thing I would say is employers want to have a retirement plan. They see it as a tool to attract, retain employers or employees. And ultimately, when we survey employees, they look to their workplace, their employer, to not just offer them a plan, but to offer them advice, financial literacy, and all of that. And so there's gaps, but without the workplace retirement, the gap would be so much more. And so how do you lean into that and really focus on the things that we're talking about here, which is, and I do think AI and personalization is going to allow us to tackle this in ways that we haven't been able to before. We cover 14 million people. And if you went back 10 to 15 years ago, how we communicated to those 14 million were very similar. But retirement is personal. Retirement is about your personal issues, whether it be who you're caregiving, what I just lost my job, I'm trying to save for this, but I ultimately need to think about my retirement, but it's not a top priority for anyone. So how do we make it simple? And one of the things we are seeing is that kind of move towards simplicity. I think if you went back 10 to 15 years, employers were trying to put all the bells and whistles in your plans. And ultimately, I'm not sure they got the outcomes that those bells and whistles really were meant to do. And so that would be the one trend we are seeing is that simplicity. The other trend that we're seeing is that openness to advice. 15 years ago, it was a little bit hands-off of we'll talk to our employees and we'll help them.
Why do you think that changed?
I think it's because of the gap. And I also think it's because we have moved from a defined benefit era to a defined contribution era. I actually think one of the reasons that we are seeing better savings from younger workers is that their parents were also in a defined contribution world. If I look at my parents, they were in a defined benefit world. And so they had no way to advise me on what to think about my 401k because they didn't have a 401k. They had a defined benefit plan. And so, ultimately, I think that creates an opportunity for all of us to lean in and ultimately use the workplace to really deliver advice and to break retirement down to become democratized, to be something that can be personalized to everyone's individual journeys.
And I love what you're saying. I mean, if you think about the market in our industry, we were very much focused on accumulation, right? And so I think what's shifting, which I think is a good thing, is understanding in order to have income be the outcome, we have to focus on decumulation. And so as we think about the advice and the education, it's not just while you're building your portfolio, it's how do I translate that to income that I can count on and depend on when there's affordability concerns, healthcare costs are going up, my children are back at home, how do I make this all make sense? And so where the optimism comes from me to build on what you're saying is I think we are starting to look holistically at how do we make sure it works. And I think we also recognize is that in addition to the individual, we have to have good public-private partnership and engagement. Policy matters. And the good news is when it comes to a secure retirement is one of the few things that's bipartisan. Yep. It's one of the few things that on both sides of the aisle and with the President of the United States, they understand that there's more that we need to do. And so what does that look like? Where is their optimism? One, there's, I think, an acknowledgement of getting the whole ecosystem right. Accumulation and decum, income has to equal outcome. Two, there's been some really great policy changes with the Secure Act 1.0 and 2.0 and now some new. What does that mean? Auto-enrollment, auto-escalate. People can still take it down, but then you take it back up the next year. Studies find that they just had a moment in their life. We should feel deeply that if someone had a moment in their life and they took it down or they did not opt in, don't let that moment be 30 years of missing compounding value because we just left it on them. We can make it easier, and I feel very optimistic about auto-enrollment, auto-escalation, and auto-portability. People are moving around in terms of their jobs. How do we make sure that it's easy for their retirement plan to move with them? And then lastly, when you talk about the education and advice, I do think AI is an opportunity to have your own assistant. Yep. But human advice still matters. You know, money is emotional. People still want to talk to someone, to just share their hopes and their dreams, to share what's going on. So I do think it's an and, not an or. I do think that we have to be able to have personalization at scale. Yep. And I do think we have to make sure that we're engaging people early, which is why I think the technology can be a real momentum marker for us because young people can have access to better tools to be able to feel confident about the decisions that they're making.
I want to build on that,
Please.
Person, the connection. Anytime markets fall significantly, our call volume goes through the roof. Yes. And someone asked me today is, well, can't you don't they want to just chat or do it? Ultimately, in that situation, they want to talk to a person. Exactly. They logged on, they looked at their app, and they saw their retirement account go down by 25%. And not a lot of them actually do anything, but they want someone to say, it's okay, this is a long game, and ultimately stay the course and you'll get back on track. And so that does really hit to that point of the combination of people as well as technology is going to be what we need.
Great point.
We've got about a minute left. Deanna, real quick, on the policy front, what's one thing you think could get done that would have a tangible effect now?
Yeah, I start with we're starting from a really good place. We've had a bipartisan focus on continuing to make retirement accessible, and I think continuing to make it affordable for small businesses, easy for small businesses, and giving them incentives to put that retirement in place. And there's so many different flavors they can use to get there. But continuing to do that and not stand in the way of that is going to be what we can continue to build upon.
Last question to you both. 10 years from now, are American workers going to be more financially secure than they are today or less?
Go ahead.
I mean, I'm an optimist because we are in the leadership position. Yep. And as long as I get to surround myself with some amazing leaders every single day, I have to believe that this fight that we're in to have more people have a secure retirement, people will be better off because we're in it and we're fighting for them every single day.
I go to the same place. I think we have the tools available and you have people that understand the importance of retirement and we have a foundational economy that is going to continue to grow. And so I do feel that people are going to be better prepared for retirement in 10 years. And if not, it's on us. And we haven't fulfilled the promises that we set out to fulfill with our clients.
Deanna Strable, Deshaunda Brown, okay, thank you guys very much. Great conversation. Appreciate it. Thank you.
welcome Laura Ulrich of Indeed Hiring Lab and Rachel Oppenheim of Semafor.
Laura, welcome.
Yes, thank you so much for having me here.
So glad that you could be with us. I want to start by just putting the work you do into context for the audience here a little bit. In your current role, you're the Director of Economic Research at Indeed Hiring Lab. I know kind of the work that you're doing is bringing a substantial amount of expertise in labor markets and workforce dynamics, but it's also being shaped by some of the previous roles that you've had at the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond, and also more than a decade in academia. Whew. So Indeed, one of the reasons why I'm so interested in Indeed is because I know you all sit on some of the kind of richest signals as it relates to jobs and labor. So in the role that you sit in, what are some of the most important labor market trends that you think are particularly revealing at the moment, and that you think are really influencing how leaders should be thinking about hiring and workforce strategy writ large?
Great question. So just to put it in context for everyone, at Indeed, we have about 650 million job seeker profiles. So this is everything that would be on their resumes, plus the searches, clicks, applies they've done on the site.
This is globally.
Globally. Over in the US, well over 100 million job seekers. We also have about 3.3 million employers that advertise, that have jobs on our site. So we sit...
You're the marketplace.
We are the marketplace, and we sit on this really mountain of data that can tell us about the labor market, which is what drew me to Indeed last year when I came on board. And I'll say what we're seeing is that the labor market is undoubtedly cooling, but it's not collapsing. And there are certain sectors that still remain quite strong. So if you look at job postings, of course in healthcare, we hear a lot about that. Many healthcare fields are still, job postings are still over 30% above where they were before COVID. But also things like civil engineering, some of the skilled trades. There are other sectors, though, like software development and data and analytics that are down between about 30 and 40% compared to pre-COVID. So if you're a job seeker in one of those sectors, kind of the pain and stress that they're feeling is real. I will tell you, though, that in recent months, we have seen those two sectors, so software development and data analytics, ticking up a bit. And so we think maybe things are getting a bit better in those sectors for job seekers, but more to come there. I'll also mention really quickly that things very much depend on where your feet are planted. So if you're looking at job postings in a state that is heavily biased towards the tech sector, their postings are weaker than, for example, some of the states in the Sun Belt where job postings have remained. Actually, the growth in job postings remains higher than what the growth in population has been.
It's very, very interesting. I mean, one of the advantages that you have in your seat is that you are really kind of aware of and getting access to these signals out ahead of official job reports, out ahead of official government data. What are you watching right now? You know, what are the specific metrics? I know you started to touch on just some of them, to help folks understand where the dominoes are going to fall from a labor perspective.
Absolutely. So in my career as an economist, I've been using labor market data really for my entire career. And we all know that there are lags, right? There are delays in those data. But if I go into our Indeed and data today, it's updated yesterday. So I can see things very quickly. You know, one of the things that is really astonishing to me as an economist is that the most recent hires rate that came out in the JOLTS report was 3.1%, which was the lowest it's been since April 2020. It was the same as April 2020. In February 2026, we hired the same rate of people in the United States as we did in April 2020. But job postings remain much higher than that. The job postings now don't look like they did in April 2020, which is really interesting, right? So what's going on? What we're seeing is that postings are remaining active longer. It's taking longer for companies to hire. Time to hire has increased. And so we're seeing that kind of, you know, the matching between job seekers and employers in a time like this where you have certain sectors growing, certain sectors shrinking, has become more complicated. And so I'm kind of...
Do you have a hypothesis on why it's taking longer?
Yeah, I think economic uncertainty.
Okay.
You know, I think when there's so much economic uncertainty, even at times people post a job and then they're like, gosh, do we need to hire? I mean, I think about right now, I've thought about some about with gas and oil prices going up. A local, the reality is most of the businesses that post on Indeed or in our hiring are small businesses. So, you think about like a local landscaping company, and maybe they were planning on hiring people, but as gas prices go up, are they going to hire somebody? Do they wait? Do they pause? And so I think the more uncertainty we have, the more you see time to hire extend and posting duration extend. So I'm looking to see some of that starting to contract back, because I think when that happens, we're going to see a situation where hires begin to pick up, then quits rates begin to pick up because people feel more comfortable leaving their job, and we'll see more dynamism in the market. And the reality is that sites like Indeed with AI are helping that matching process. So we have new tools that we've rolled out this year that actually help make those hires faster. They help shorten time to hire. We've seen really good results from that. And so I think as companies lean more into the tools that companies like Indeed have and also begin to pick up on hiring, we'll see more dynamism appear again.
So I want to go into AI with you.
Yeah.
There's been pretty intense debate, discourse here this week at Semafor World Economy. Some pictures that are painted are quite dystopian, some a bit more utopian. Is AI killing jobs? Is it creating new jobs?
Great question.
What's going on?
Great question. It is creating some new jobs, but we can mostly just see this in the tech sector. So if you look at the jobs that are increasing versus the jobs that are decreasing, it's very interesting. The jobs that are increasing strongest, a lot of them do have AI or machine learning in the title. So like AI engineer, machine learning specialist. However, the jobs that are decreasing the fastest are not necessarily jobs that are highly exposed to AI, which is very interesting. Outside of tech, we're not seeing a lot of that. One of the things I like to point out to people, though, is that there's really two ways AI could be disrupting the labor market. The first is actual AI agents doing the work that humans previously used to do. But the second way is that companies can lean into AI and capital investment in technology and lean away from labor expense. And in economics, we talk about this a lot, about the trade-off between capital and labor. And the reality is capital also got more expensive because of interest rates going up a few years ago. And so in our data, if you look at the decline in tech postings and the decline in many of the postings that are in AI-related fields, they actually correspond more to the date that the cost of capital went up than they do to the date that AI went public.
I want to ask the audience, how many people here have children who are graduating or have just graduated from college?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
So this is where the pressure is on. It's where the fear is acute. How should companies, or I guess many parents in the room who are a part of these companies, be thinking about early career talent right now, where I think a lot of the productivity gains are getting unlocked, but where a lot of the entry level and kind of earlier career positions are really getting exposed to quite a bit of pressure?
Absolutely. So in addition to working in this job, I'm also a mom of 3 boys, one of which graduated college last year and is finishing his master's degree in data science right now. And in our data and analytics is the weakest sector. So you can imagine what this is like for me as an economist, but also a mom looking at this data every day. The stress is real, and these young adults are really feeling it.
I heard 80% of college graduates are worried.
Yeah, they're worried, they're stressed, and that is rational. But I remind people all the time that my son that wants to be a data scientist, who of course I think is the most talented person around, he is stressed and he is having a harder time. But if he had gotten a degree in early childhood education or nursing or some other fields, he would have a job. So this is not universal for all grads. Actually, after enjoying all the content the last few days, I've been going back up to my room to do a new analysis on this exact topic. It'll come out next week. And what we can see in our data is that over the last 2 years, we have seen the share of recent college graduates that are coming to our site to create formal profiles really skyrocket, which is interesting because a lot of times college grads don't go into the same open market for jobs as other adults, right? They go to their college career center or have an internship that converts to full-time employment or, find a job some other way. But what's really interesting is if you deconstruct it by field of study, there are certain fields of study where the propensity for them to come to our site has not increased at all. And these tend to be fields like education, nursing, but also construction trades things that have their own natural job pipelines. So if you think about how somebody gets a job in education, for example, they do months worth of student teaching, right? And many of them are hired into those school districts. Theology is another one that isn't likely to come to our state. They're likely doing work, for the diocese and then going to work for them or something like that. And so I think we have something to learn from this, because the fields that do kind of train and develop their own, I would say outside of a traditional classroom, like nursing through clinicals or teaching through student teaching, those graduates tend to not be having the same difficulty in the labor market. So I'm very intrigued on what we can learn about the graduates that are struggling a bit more, but I'm equally intrigued by what we can learn about the ones that aren't.
Wonderful. Well, Laura, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for your time and for your insight.
Welcome Omar Abosh of Pearson, Alexander DiLeonardo of Citadel Securities, and Shelley Banjo of Semafor.
Hey guys, thanks for joining us. Alex, I want to start with you. You were telling me a little bit about recruiting with the class of 2026. And in my mind, there's probably no other class that's been a bit screwed over, because they come into school pre-ChatGPT, they're leaving post-ChatGPT, and the world has turned upside down. What were those conversations like?
Yeah, so just to provide context, and first off, thanks for having me. Just to provide context, I was sharing a story of how I was in Boston, and I spent the entire day on campus with students and candidates last Thursday. And it was a very interesting session, lots of discussion about AI, of course. And I think we're seeing a couple of things. So just not necessarily with that candidate set, not necessarily with our organization, but if we just zoom out, obviously people are concerned, are entry-level jobs going away? I don't know that the story has been written there. There's certainly data that says, entry-level job postings are down 10, 20%, but there's also data that says entry-level salaries are up 5%. So probably there's some movement there, but on the spectrum of the economy is going to collapse, and it's just going to be continuous improvement as it's been for the last multiple centuries, I'm probably more over here. But so that's the macro context. The feeling in the room was, how do you think about organizations? How do organizations think about assessing talent when technical skills are being commoditized to an extent? And I'm looking forward to kind of this discussion with you, but I think the answer has to be you assess on behavioral characteristics that are more intrinsic and more broad. Those are things like creativity, leadership potential, raw problem-solving ability, commerciality. So I think you shift a little bit the way you think about your talent in your organization, and you're going to get, obviously, folks who meet a high bar from technical skill perspective, either because they have that technical skill or they can use tools to implement those technical skills, but you're also going to get folks who think about the problem set critically, and as things shift, they can adapt and they can be the future leaders of your organization. But then something else is happening, and I think that is about urgency. So folks who are in school right now, whether they're graduating this year or next year or even the year after, they feel a profound sense of urgency. So the National Association of Colleges and Employers, they have a survey that they send out every year where they look at, for the folks graduating that year, how many are looking for employment immediately versus are considering a gap year or some other type of personal exploration before they end up in their careers.
And the number of folks who are looking for that gap year or exploration, that's gone down by 50% versus long-term averages for this class year that's graduating. So on campus in Boston last week, we talked a lot about urgency. And those conversations were really inspiring because you have some of the most intelligent and compelling young humans in the world who just want to get after it like today.
Why? What are they in a hurry for?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think they see that, I think number one, they're very driven, but I think they see that the entire landscape is shifting, and there's more uncertainty about what the job market or even what the conditions for success will look like 2, 3, 4, 5 years out from now. So they just kind of want to get to work and have immediate impact that can then shape their career very quickly. So I think the last point I will make is, so then what's the implication for the employer? What's the implication for the organization when you have a generation of talent that wants to come in and make a big impact? I think the commitment to that talent or the promise to that talent changes a little bit. And we spend a lot of time as an organization underwriting what every single individual who enters our organization from campus does in their first year. In fact, that underwriting is not something that your average team does, but that's an activity that we do with the senior leaders of the firm for every individual that joins. So I think the promise for candidates that you're hiring off campus has to change. It's not about, oh, here's some extra capacity. It's about we're hiring future leaders and we're going to give them work that will differentiate, that will allow them to differentiate themselves and differentiate their careers from day one.
Omar, I want to bring you in here a little bit because you have two sort of constituencies. You've got the education part, you've got the workforce. How are you thinking about both of those things?
So let me start with the education part because I'm going to riff a bit on where Alex just was. We just released some research this week that we did jointly with AWS on AI readiness. And what you see in that research is quite a big disconnect between where higher ed institutions think they are in terms of preparing people for AI readiness and what employers think, and frankly, what the students think. Quite a big disconnect. There's a huge difference between AI literacy and knowing how to prompt and being able to use it at work. And so that's just one quick thought. The bigger thought on education in general, and when I think about something like the competitiveness of the US workforce, everyone's heard about the K-shaped economy. We already have had, pre-AI, a K-shaped education system. If you think about the folks who are in private education, who can afford personal tutors, they have very, very different outcomes from many, many folks in public education systems. That's not a US-only phenomenon. That's all around the world. AI can help or exacerbate the problem. And so the sorts of things that we see that make a difference is when higher ed institutions start thinking of themselves as lifelong learning institutions. You're going to have to keep going back to school in your life. There are great examples in places like Tec de Monterrey in Mexico that actually does an amazing job of that. You have to think about alternative skilling pathways. A country like Switzerland, which economically is pretty good, 70% of Swiss kids graduate and choose vocational pathways. They don't choose degree pathways. And so you have to think about, Alex will go deep on how you can hire the most talented people and set them up for success. And you have the majority of the economy, which is not necessarily that. And so helping people manage transitions in their lives from learning to earning. When we looked at the costs of those transitions to the US economy, it was $1.1 trillion a year. It's typically 26 weeks between finishing school and getting a job. Anything you can do to shorten that time frame is a huge saving to the economy. And so alternative skilling pathways, lifelong learning institutions, and then most critically, recognizing, and again, building on what you said, Alex, around the skills. In the past, you went to go and study to develop skills. It turns out that the most important skill when the half-life of skills declines is learning to learn. And learning scientists have done a ton of work on that over the years. We know exactly how it works, but we don't teach it. We don't teach it to teachers, and we don't teach it in the workforce. And so learning to learn is something that we need to emphasize hugely. So that's some thoughts on the educational side. On the workplace, everyone's obviously talking about AI and jobs. I spent 35 years of my life in tech. I totally refute the narrative coming out of Silicon Valley. It is wrong. There are lots of reasons why, but at its most simple level, some of the debate is hysterical because you're hearing from software engineers who are seeing a genuinely profound change to how software engineering works. We could talk about that if you want, Shelley, but
to draw a direct line saying, well, software engineering is changing in this way, and now coding is done by agents, and therefore that's going to translate to every other job in the workforce in 2 years, it's just not true. Actually, what we'll see in the economy is something a little bit akin to what happened in the 1990s of re-engineering. Processes have to be reconfigured, jobs have to be reconfigured. For sure, agents will be applied to tasks within jobs. That requires a whole load of things to happen in enterprise IT, data, security, the domain skills that you tune the models to, but most critically, learning. I mean, all of that will only work if we invest in learning. There will not be a future positive AI scenario without a focus on human learning. I'm absolutely sure of that. So what? I think that means that the CEO's role is changing. In the past, you delegated compliance training to L&D in the CHRO's function. Now the CEO has got to think about the future workforce, and they become the chief learning officer. So those are just a couple of thoughts for you.
Isn't there something strange, though, about putting the CEO in charge of AI when they're probably the least knowledgeable about AI? I mean, you don't have 6 hours of your Saturday to spend vibe coding an app, I'm guessing, unless you've already done that.
I mean, like, there's a spectrum of nerdiness amongst CEOs. So actually, at the very beginning of 2025, I put my whole leadership team through a prompt engineering training over the course of several weeks. It wasn't like a 1 hour type thing. And then we rippled that through the company. We make a lot of the AI models available to as many people as possible. I think last I checked, I've got 900 engineers on Cursor and Claude Code in the company. We set up virtual team networks across the company to share best practices amongst the engineering product community, because that world really is changing. And actually, even on some internal initiatives for like thinking about how do we want to optimize our ERP or whatever, or looking at specific processes like contingent worker onboarding, we're taking non-technical people and equipping them with these tools to start to practice. Because I think that is going to be the trend of the future. And I'm sure that HR leaders in the future will be looking at organizations with people and agents. And I mean, I'm working on that with my teams now. My CHRO has some agents that her team built, because you have this amazing power couple between the CHRO and the CTO, who provide the right tools and the right culture to folks so that they can, for example, bring to life our career architecture for all our employees. And so at Pearson now, if you're anyone in the company, you can go in your Teams window and you'll find Kara, career architecture agent, that you can interrogate about how do I get to the next role, and what training do I need to do to learn, and what's expected of me in this role, and what skills are required for mastery. And so we're trying very hard to drink our own champagne and build it in the company, and so that's where we're headed.
And maybe just to underscore a couple points that you've made, I think we're sort of thinking about it in terms of 4 blocks, how you can drive AI transformation through the organization. So we talked already about the profile that you hire for, whether it's on campus or for those with experience in industry, is going to change. Is there AI skill there already? Do they have all of these intrinsic capabilities that make them well suited to leverage AI tools? That's part one. Part two is you do need to think about kind of capabilities centrally. That comes in the course of in the form of learning and development, but it also comes in the form of tools and making sure that there's a team that's dedicated to being in the market, learning what the best tools are, bringing those tools into the organization, and then proliferating them as quickly as possible. They also can kind of oversee things like governance across these working teams that are process-oriented or embedded in different parts of the organization. So then I think that brings you to the third part, which is I think you need to have ownership kind of embedded in the organization, close to the front line in each of these functions or business areas. And some of the early career talent that we're hiring off campus are really well suited to lead those initiatives by different area. And they're also the closest to the process. And that domain experience, I think, is the most important thing when you're thinking about retooling. And then the final bit, in my opinion, is the senior leadership CEO. So at our company town hall several weeks ago, our CEO, Peng Zhao, his opening remarks were about urgency and AI and technology and tools that were changing. So that's kind of like the top-down message. But then we think about all of those teams that are working in the different domains and different functions, and the governance that we put around them to make sure that we're moving at pace and accelerating impact. And that's something that our senior leadership team spends real time on, making sure that we're deploying resources and holding everybody accountable so that we can move at pace.
Omar talked about this sort of disruption for the software engineer, but if you think about a first-year analyst, when you were probably that age, you were doing Excel spreadsheets, you were doing PowerPoint presentations. We don't really need a human to do that anymore. How do you sort of think about what the tasks are for that entry-level person now.
Yeah, so I do want to comment personally that as an ex-consultant, the fact that we may not spend as much time in Excel and PowerPoint is sad to me, because I love Excel and PowerPoint, but I realize that I need to move off that. So it's funny because we were talking about this last week also on campus. I was asking students how they're thinking about it, and we had a really nice exchange. In a way, you're hiring managers from day one, because folks will have AI agents and tools. Some of those can work relatively autonomously on tasks over time in a somewhat unsupervised nature as part of like a broader ecosystem or broader value chain. So you need to bring people in who can think about, how do I organize the problem? How do I disaggregate the work? How do I assign that to different people as well as technology tools that can get that work done? And then what's the cadence of kind of like performance management, checking on both the people and the technology tools as that progresses? So you almost need like that manager mindset of breaking down a problem, assigning it out, and then providing governance around it and rolling it back up to impact.
That's fascinating. Though I guess you don't have to worry about the agent's feelings. Or maybe you do. I don't know.
Well, there are a lot of positives to both humans and technology agents.
Omar, going on like this idea of like, how do you teach people to think? How do you do that in this age? When I think about my kids in school, they're so used to asking Alexa for everything. Like, how do you actually teach people how to think?
Yeah, I'm going to actually build on something Alex was saying. If you use AI right, it can act as a bar raiser for everyone at work and in study, because actually you can offload some of the schlep work, and humans can do more than they could do before. Actually, what we're seeing in our workforce already and with many of our customers is some people opt in to learn and lean into this new technology, and they 10x themselves. So for example, in Pearson, we have folks who live in, let me call it the content creation value chain. If you apply AI in that thing, you can do unbelievable, fast things with the technology. And so the thing that I think we need to manage as leaders culturally is the bifurcation of the audience in the workforce between those who lean into technology and those who, for whatever reason, don't, and how we include them, how we bring them with us. But you can really bar raise. If you use AI in the wrong way, you will get dumber, 100%. I've got two boys, 17-year-old, 21-year-old. I talk to them a lot, and if you just go and grab the answer, so you use it as a teleportation device, you will get dumber. You will not perform well in exams. If you use it as an orienteering map and Socratic dialogue with AI and with the right guardrails, you will get smarter. At Pearson, we have these products with millions and millions of kids, for example, in US higher ed. We can see the data that shows us that the kids who use the AI tools are going higher up the cognitive learning order. So actually, learning scientists, as I mentioned earlier, have figured out a long time ago things like spaced repetition, rapid little self-checking and assessment, real feedback, transparency around how you're really performing. Like, those are all techniques that really work. We just have not historically used them in L&D functions in companies. L&D historically has been like checkbox, like you did a course, or focus on presenting content. But we know that when you give people content out of context, they forget it within 2 days, within a week. 90% is gone.
How do you know they're getting smarter?
Without being too boring, in the world of learning science, there's something called Bloom's taxonomy, which is like 6 levels of learning. So the most basic level is remembering, can I remember? And at the top level is creating. So you can actually see from the work that they're doing is that they're getting beyond remembering to understanding, to critiquing, to the different stages. And yeah, that's measurable.
And can you measure the other way too? That they're the ones who are just sort of using it as a lookup device?
So there have been some studies done by MIT and others showing that when kids use AI in the wild, just free, they get more confident that they're learning, and actually their exam results are worse than the peers who didn't.
That's really interesting. Great, well, we're going to have to leave it there, but thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Welcome Nobar Affian of Flagship Pioneering, Gary Cohn of IBM, and Liz Hoffman of Semafor.
Hey, Gary Newbar.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us. So, building the workforce of tomorrow. Gary, let me start with you. IBM has 275,000 employees.
Give or take.
If you were building that company from scratch today, how many do you think you'd need?
275,000.
Really?
Look, we're in a evolution. This is not a revolution. So if you ask me that question a month or two from now, I reserve the right to change my mind. But as we are progressing down an AI path, we are changing people's roles, changing people's jobs, but we're not necessarily lowering our headcount. So a really good example of this, which has been pretty widely talked about, is we created an HR bot. Most of the tasks that are done in HR are pretty menial. Like when you buy an apartment or you go rent an apartment, you need a reference letter. How long have you worked at the company? What's your title? What's your annual salary? What's your take-home pay? When you were calling a human being and they were going to have to look that up, A, they didn't want to do it. B, they got around to it at their own time. And C, you prayed for them and you called them back 3 times to get the letter out. The bot does it real time. You type in the bot, hey, I need a reference letter. Oh, and by the way, since it's easy, I'm getting a mortgage. Send it to 30 banks because I'm not sure which one's going to be cheaper. So we eliminated hundreds of people that were doing that work. We didn't eliminate them from the firm. Now what we have them is we have them out on campus recruiting, creating higher value for the organization. So there's a large retraining, retooling effort going on. And at some point it will lead to more and more efficiencies. But if you look at the historical trends of major technological shifts, companies get bigger. GDP gets bigger. So you end up thinking you're going to go down in headcount. You may not be going down in headcount. You may actually be going up in headcount. And the last thing I'll add on this is probably the most important people we're hiring today are kids out of school. We're over hiring kids out of school because they are highly AI literate.
You must be the only one because I think the unemployment rate for the kids coming out of college right now is twice the national average. So what do you see in that?
But we don't get it. Don't. If you take a guy like me and tell me to use AI all day, I'm going to fail. I'm just not AI literate. Where we're hiring kids out of school today, fortunately or unfortunately, they've used AI for the last 3 or 4 years to get through school. So they are much more adept at using the tools, understanding the tools, and they don't have nearly the reservations I have about how I use the tool or how I think about the tool. They think AI first. I think do the task, maybe AI can make it better. As I literally just did it this morning. I wrote something, and then I didn't really like it. I rewrote it, and then I threw it into AI, and I go, that's pretty good. But I didn't think by putting my 3 bullet points in.
We should rerun this interview later where I'll chat GPT my questions and you can chat GPT answers back. Newbar, when we talk about reskilling and upskilling, there's situations where Gary's talking about it where you can see it. Those are the sort of same education and credentials and perhaps the same salary. But as an economy, we're going to need to move a lot of people from low-level knowledge economy jobs to be welders, and that on a person-to-person basis doesn't seem like it's going to work. So can you sort of talk us through how you think about the sort of big industry shifts? You obviously come from a life sciences background. These are the epitome of knowledge economy workers. Your scientists are not going to be out, digging ditches. So how do you think about that?
Well, I would say just at a high level, AI is going to have an impact on things humans won't do, things humans don't do well, and some things that humans can't do. The scientific impact of AI is going to actually allow us to do things that humans, I don't think, can do. And I'll come to that. So I think the won't do part is where the immediate early adoption is, and there is where the jobs may be on the line, and we'll see kind of how they can get reskilled. I think don't do well, clearly we're adopting, agents have for the last 2-3 years, much earlier, because in our kind of fields in biotechnology, it's such a low probability event that you do anything that you find every which technique to kind of get more productive. And there are some things, ranging from very, very mundane things to strategy. We have strategy bots that we can kind of feed in any plan and tell us what the strategy of that plan is. And it turns out it surprises the people who wrote the plan because it has nothing to do with what they thought their strategy was. There are some really interesting learned things that you can teach these things to do. But I think in the area of what humans can't do, I'll just lay out the case that humans have been studying nature and biology for a long time. The complexity of those systems far exceeds what I believe our brains can keep straight, given our memory limits and our language limits. And the machine models, where you have 100 billion parameter models, eventually trillion parameter models, actually more closely resemble the complexity that you find in nature. The only problem is that humans, in my view, are going to be not understanding either. And the question is, will we use a new form of intelligence that humans have created technologically, which, by the way, I don't believe is anything like human intelligence, but it emulates human intelligence pretty damn well. But will we be able to use these large parameter models to emulate observed natural behavior of cancer cells, of viruses, of what have you, enough so that we get a pretty good they get a pretty good understanding of each other, but where humans now have to rely on this understanding to make progress. If we do, and if that increases dramatically the process of discovering or developing or prescribing to the right patient who's going to benefit from things in ways that are magic to humans because we don't understand it, then it will be a gain of function. That will be the equivalent of revolution. It turns out in evolution, there is also revolution naturally. It's called punctuated evolution. For a long time, things go incrementally. Then suddenly things change completely overnight. And that part of it, I think, would be if we suddenly have found a new way to gain knowledge at the orders of magnitude higher level than we've been able to.
But a lot of AI is sort of a black box. It spits out what it spits out. Like, are you comfortable, particularly in life sciences, like creating drugs that work, but we have no idea how? Like, is that a viable business?
You know, I would, so to be very kind of brief about it, I would say that most drugs that we use today, we don't understand how they do it. We understand one part of it, and we attribute all of the function to that, which is why we keep getting surprised at all the other things they do. The best example is GLP-1 drugs. Today, the GLP-1 agonists that we're using for weight loss are having all these other effects. Actually, very few of them have anything to do with the original mechanism. And so if you take a complex system and go after one part of it and think you understood the mechanism, this is no different, I would say. I think that we've long, as humans, done things with systems we don't fully understand. Stock markets, weather, many other things. And I think basically biology is that as well. We're just going to have the ability to more closely emulate it. So it'll actually be safer to do the kind of things we want to do once you have an emulation model than we do now, which is we simplify what we think is happening to the things we understand. I know it's a bit confusing. I'll tell you one thing. We've long educated humans without understanding how our brain works. Why do we need to understand how the processor works to actually do useful things with it? I think this is going to be a technology of that kind.
I actually want to talk about education. Gary, you spent a long time at Goldman Sachs. You underwrite risk for a living. Is a 4-year liberal arts degree the most expensive bad investment in America right now?
Is it? No. I just had 3 daughters get them, so I'm going to say no. Look,
so you've bought a lot of it.
At the end of the day, when I go hire people, and I've hired hundreds of thousands of people in my life through Goldman Sachs days, IBM days, other days, I very rarely am hiring someone for a specific skill set. I am hiring someone because I think they can fit into an organization, they can work with others, they can communicate, and they can think. I can teach you the specific skill set I need. And in fact, most kids that have a specific skill set, I usually have to deprogram, which is the big joke. Like if you went to the Morgan Stanley summer training program and you come in to work for Goldman Sachs, well, we want to deprogram Morgan Stanley out of you. We want to Goldmanize you. And by the way, it goes the other way. So we would rather start with the best canvas, the broadest canvas with wide parameters, provocative, interesting people, worldly, all those little attributes, then get me someone that has spent, 5 years developing a model. If they've developed a model, they probably don't want to come into an entry-level job too.
Okay. Nubar, you are...
So your degree's okay?
My degree's okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't get into the school I got into today, so my degree has been appreciating for years. Nubar, you're a naturalized U.S. citizen, Armenian, And immigration has been a critical pipeline for, STEM and particularly in the U.S. What is your read right now on how the administration's immigration policies are going to influence the sort of intellectual class that, that companies like yours, rely on? You hire hundreds of PhDs every year.
So it's a tricky subject. There are aspects of immigration that have to do with legality and illegal immigration that I'm going to exclude from my comments because that's not where the target is limited to today. There is a general notion that somehow immigration is not good for the future of this country. I am what I call an American by choice. I'm not by birth, which means I take being American a lot more seriously. I don't think I'm granted it by birth. And I observe that the U.S., I was just given a talk recently to naturalizing citizens. And I think if the U.S. was named after some countries that are like land, England, Finland, Iceland, Switzerland, it would be called immigrant land. It's purely an immigrant country. There is nobody here who's not an immigrant. And so when you realize that what we have become 250 years later is entirely the product of immigration. And people brought their hopes and dreams. They thought this is the best place to realize them. And it turned out to be that. Why? Because they thought it's the best place for them to realize them. And the law is adapted to allow for that. If we mess with that, we lose our regenerative capacity. And I'm a naturalist. I study natural systems. And I think we lose our regenerative capacity and we get ossified. We lose everything. And so I am worried about that. It's not just immigration policy. It's just kind of feeling unwelcome. And the effect that this is happening on higher education. It's one thing to talk about whether one education is worth the money, etc. I think people should make their own economic choices. But to actually disallow foreign students to come here, the best of the best, which we used to do, which is happening, I can assure you that's happening completely across the board, both because of funding cuts and very close scrutiny over who's coming. I just think, now, do I think it's a long-term thing? I don't. I think that this is kind of a reaction to a reaction. And I really hope we kind of find our way. I look forward to the 250th because I think that you're going to find a lot of people celebrating what got us here and wanting that back. And the wanting back of that in this country, in my view, is a healthy balance of opportunity being given to the best of the best.
How's IBM thinking about the H-1B visa world?
Look, we are highly dependent on immigrants. We're highly dependent on foreign workers. We're highly dependent on the global workforce. It's imperative to us that we have the ability to bring in the best, most talented people, the most skilled people from around the world. So we are an active user of the program. The one place I may split hairs a little bit is, should we be using, and this goes back to your prior question, should we be using an H-1B visa program for quasi-unskilled labor? So there had been a bigger movement for people in the consulting business, IBM's in the consulting business as well, to hire the cheapest workers you could hire, bring in foreign nationals because they would work at the low end of the pay scale. I don't think that's a good use of a visa program. What I think is a good use of a visa program is the exact opposite of the person with the liberal arts education, the person that has the real technical skills and can do something uniquely different, uniquely value-added, who I can't find in the United States. And I'm just using a visa to save a few dollars per hour. That's a bad use. If I'm using a visa for someone who can create GDP, create economic growth, create prosperity for a country, I think that's a phenomenally good use, and we use them for that purpose.
So we've talked about sort of AI in the workforce in individual companies, industries. I want you to put your you were the director of the National Economic Council. Put your national economy hat back on. How would you be thinking about the national workforce, about what's going to happen, about the policies that should be put in place to try to soften the blow, to try to get ahead of it, to invest in the right places? How would you be thinking about this if you were still at the White House?
I think it's impossible to regulate workforce. So anyone that thinks we can regulate workforce, I hate to say this, but it was a breakfast I had here this morning, Europe regulates your workforces. Like, you cannot fire people in Europe. Therefore, you tend not to hire as many people because getting rid of them is very difficult. It's very cost ineffective. I think it's having a really negative effect on European economy as a whole right now, as people are trying to move workforces and rearrange them, and not being able to terminate people in most European countries. So I think legislating workforce is the wrong way to go. I think encouraging economic growth and encouraging GDP, that's what you have to do. So the most important thing that drives employment, and I'll include AI in this, is the size of your economy. If you're growing GDP and you're growing productivity, you're growing workforce. AI is a productivity tool. So I think at the end of the day, we will go through some cycles where we will have to go through and retrain workforces. But this is no different than any of the other big technological cycles.
Is that true, though? Because, we could be living in a world where we're seeing pretty healthy GDP growth, but it's sort of jobless, which is actually okay.
It's not jobless. It's not jobless. Who in here can level a cement floor? Because you can earn $260,000 today to go to a data farm and be a cement layer
but
that can get a perfectly level floor. Who can wire those data centers? Who can get a plumber to their house today? All of these jobs pay in the hundreds of thousands of dollars in these countries. No, they don't require your liberal arts degree. But if we went down a vocational path, which is exactly what my parents did. My dad's an electrician. He didn't go to college, went down a vocational path. We just have to change what the metrics of success are.
That's what I'm asking. Is there a national public policy that is that can, around the edges, encourage people? For example, we've subsidized a lot of higher education, right? Like you can get a federal grant, whether you go to Harvard.
Less and less today.
Less and less today. But the federal government, for example, doesn't lend you more or less money if you go to Stanford or if you go to Syracuse. It's decided that those are both the same. I don't know. Are there changes we should make to that to encourage people to pursue vocational degrees instead of?
Look, if I was going to make work policy changes, yes, I would make policy changes in towards advocating and sort of making vocational training free and sort of making that a acceptable or desirable path. I think we have to go back to what this country looked like, 70 years ago when my dad was coming out of high school. Going down the vocational path made an enormous amount of sense. There was a huge construction boom for housing in this country. There's a huge construction boom in this country right now. It's not housing, but you know what? The same thing goes in there. Someone's got to pour the cement floors. Someone's got to do the reinforced concrete. Someone's got to wire the machines. Someone's got to put lighting in. Someone's got to run the data factory. We need to encourage people to find jobs where there are jobs. And those jobs are substantially higher paying. And if anyone wants to do an interesting calculation, do the net present value calculation of a 40-year-old having borrowed 4 years of tuition and started an entry-level job versus someone who went on a 2-year vocational path earning $125,000, $130,000 a year too.
Sure.
The math is pretty compelling.
If you could make one change to the PhD education model that would produce more scientists, more kind of people that you want to hire, what would you do?
It's happening already as AI enters the scientific domain. So I'm talking only in science and engineering. It's completely rocking the whole basis for what a PhD is, because you can, in a fraction of the time, generate much more knowledge than a PhD used to be. And automation did that, computers did that, internet, everything did that, but now it's happening in scale. So I think that change is happening. I would say, which maybe that didn't come up in this discussion, I think one of the novel parts about AI, as it is used for creative things, is that it is an augmentation of human imagination. It powers imagination in a way that most of the STEM fields discourage imagination. And if I was going to have 4 kids myself, who've gone through, the last one just finished getting his education, I think that there's a stark lack of imagination training. And yet when you go out in the regular world, there are different kinds of jobs. The amount of imagination we can use amplified by AI. So if there's one change I would make people uncomfortable in having to imagine their way to solutions as opposed to just brute force their way, because I think AI can also help there. That's just a new element.
We're essentially over time, but Gary, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you, the administration is still talking about 4 to 5% growth this year. You think we'll hit it?
This year, I do not.
All right, I'll have to leave it there.
welcome Patrick Maloney of CIV and Eleanor Mueller of Semafor.
Good morning, and thank you so much for being here with us for this conversation. Thank you, Patrick, for making it here despite your travel complications last night.
Of course.
Excited for this conversation. We got a lot of different things to touch on. First off, you are the co-founder of the nuclear company, which partnered with steelmaker Nucor Corporation in the fall to build gigawatt-scale nuclear reactors after Trump signed an executive order urging the construction of 10 in the next 5 years. Can you give us an update on how that work is progressing?
Sure. So I think, just for context, what I would say is, when we first started working on nuclear power a little over 3 years ago, if you were to tell somebody you were going to go build a new nuclear reactor in the US, they probably would have looked at you like you were crazy. But of course, what's fundamentally changed in the market today is demand showed up, right? With the computing infrastructure and AI and ultimately the deglobalization and reshoring of industries, we're now in this period of incredible growth in demand, yet supply is inevitably a laggard, right? It's something that takes a lot longer to build. It's concrete and rebar and steel. And I think important to this conversation, women and men in hard hats who need to actually get onto those job sites and rebuild what is effectively a supply chain of labor that has atrophied, massively since we began building the first nuclear renaissance. So to kind of put that in context, today the U.S. of course is the world's leading superpower in nuclear energy production. We have 94 operational gigawatt scale reactors in the U.S. today that produce 20% of the power in the U.S. grid. And yet, if you look at where we sit over the last 30 years, we've only built 2 reactors in the last 30 years. When we did it, it took a lot longer and it cost a lot more. And as we looked at that problem, what we found was the issue isn't the reactor itself. We actually have the greatest nuclear operating fleet in the world today, but we're just not good at building them on time, on budget. And the issue is ultimately demand. And now that demand showed up, we're in a situation where we have to go rebuild, but we don't have the high-skilled trades and labor that we used to have as a country. Whereas, of course, the overlay with China realizes that the future of this global economy is going to be driven by computing and robotics. And the critical input to all of those things is effectively the electrons that create that production. And so they're in the process of building the largest fleet of nuclear reactors in the world. They've already beaten us. They will ultimately surpass the US. But now that we're getting back to build, we very shortly will be able to share some very exciting news about new nuclear construction happening right here in this country.
So how has artificial intelligence fed that demand that you're talking about for nuclear?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, if we look at the last, call it the years 2000 to 2021-ish, right, for those 20 years, we were effectively in a high-energy society, right? We had effectively figured out how to frack natural gas, creating a high abundance of that resource, which gave us an abundance of energy as a society. And so we effectively didn't need to build things like nuclear reactors. What fundamentally changed, of course, is with the advent of AI and the computing needs, to support that technology, together with, of course, a change from a globalization policy where we decided to offshore pretty much most of our critical supply chains. But now we're going the opposite direction to reshore and reindustrialize. The critical input to all of those things, of course, is electrons. And so demand is fundamentally shifted. And so now we see demand ripping, but again, supply inevitably being a laggard. It's that dislocation that's creating the opportunity for us to build. But again, coming back to kind of the workforce question, what is true is, again, we don't have the critical high-skilled labor and trades that we used to have in the nuclear energy industry, as an example. And so if you look at what we did last time, it took about 10,000 tradespeople on a job site to build a single nuclear reactor when we built our last 2 reactors in Vogtle 3 and Vogtle 4 in Georgia. Today, we have to figure out how to do that with 5,000 people. And the only way that we can do that is by applying things like AI and software into the execution of these projects and ultimately add robotics to be able to take effectively less people and bring them to a higher skill level so we can execute the same projects and do them faster and on time.
So as far as the regulatory environment goes, we've had over 400 people leave the Nuclear Regulatory Commission since Trump took office. Does that complicate efforts like yours?
It's a great question. I mean, I think what we'd say is, if you were to listen to a lot of folks who might have a complaint in the industry, often they would point to regulations. They'd say, the NRC has been an incredible bottleneck to our ability to build net new nuclear reactors, and our general view is that's not necessarily true. That we have a fantastic body in the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. What the issue really was, again, during the last 20 years was just an issue of demand. And so we didn't have the demand driving the need to build new nuclear reactors. And so it just became economically viable to do other things. Now that demand has shown up, we're now seeing significant advancements. And so what I would say is what we are seeing is some of the most favorable policies that I've experienced in my career in energy, the most bipartisan policies, going towards advancing new nuclear regulations that are really accelerating the timelines for our ability to permit, our ability to license and certify new reactor technologies, our ability to streamline things like the actual oversight and administration of these things in a way that really is actually, I think, removing cost and accelerating the timelines for new deployment.
So another firm you're invested in, Eisenbart, just raised $50 million in Series A funding to juice its efforts to open 25 aerospace, defense, and robotics factories across the UK, Germany, France, Ukraine by this year. How are those efforts interacting with the Trump administration's efforts to bring manufacturing back to the United States? How have you had to adapt the way you're thinking about this based on their priorities?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think what is really unique is, again, this moment where we're now shifting from 30 plus years of a policy focused on offshoring our critical supply chains towards a policy of saying we need to reshore and reindustrialize, not just here in the US, but of course sovereignty just being a critical theme for Europe and for really all nations, as we're now decoupling and deglobalizing and focusing on sovereignty as the core theme. And I think companies like Eisenbart have created one of the most elegant solutions I've seen personally, which is to say, what would it look like for us to create a highly distributed manufacturing capacity or base? Many of us think that when you think about a manufacturing kind of asset, you say, wow, it must be this mega factory, this enormous scale, and that's the way we're going to go build it. In the reality, in our view, is if you actually look at the facts on the field, really it's an incredibly fragmented landscape of machinists and machine shops and other kind of critical components to supplying the parts to aerospace, manufacturing, defense, that are actually the critical suppliers to these industries. And so in Eisenbart's case, they said, well, what would it look like for us to create a franchise-like model? And again, bringing it back to the workforce conversation, what I would say is, what we're observing is you're finding this moment right now where the intersection is the transition from white-collar work towards the need to be actually building things in the physical world is probably one of the most resilient places for the future of work to exist. And so the opportunity to see incredibly talented leaders who previously may have built franchises in other space say, no, actually, I want to come build a manufacturing franchise, is the kind of demand signals we're seeing right now in terms of building new manufacturing.
What have you had to embrace as far as protecting against the Russian sabotage campaigns that we've seen against factories like these in Europe?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're seeing right now is an increasing cyber threat across everything. I mean, it's actually, one of the most critical roles we've recently hired in one of the companies that we have a significant influence in. I have to be a little sensitive given, of course, the cyber risk component of it, was our head of security. And that head of security is an individual that is actively focused on the cyber threats that we're seeing every single day. And if you're looking at the nuclear space as an example, probably the highest risk infrastructure asset in the country at any point in time is going to be a nuclear generating asset. If you wanted to create significant concern within society, you might think about attacking something like that. And so the need to really accelerate the work to protect issues, whether it be Russia, whether it be China, whether it be Iran, all of these actors now we're seeing really significantly accelerate their interest in attacking critical infrastructure, which is precisely where we mostly invest in build companies.
So I want to zoom out a little bit. Your venture capital firm, CIV, raised $200 million almost exactly a year ago to invest in startups that build out AI computing power, boost manufacturing capacity, and produce energy. And that's part of this bigger trend we're seeing towards investing in physical world firms. At the time, you said that the strategy was spurred by an uncertain geopolitical climate. Do you feel validated in that assessment?
I think we probably might all agree the world has become more uncertain. When we first began working on building the investment firm Civ, which I'm also one of the co-founders of, really it was the beginning of a number of these themes, right? We hadn't yet seen the real acceleration of AI across the global economy, the voracious power needs behind those things, and the reality that that was going to create a return towards the need to create the physical infrastructure that is actually the rev limiter to the growth of this industry, right? The rev limiter to AI isn't chips today, it's power. And so the only way that we're going to be able to remain competitive is if we're actually building the physical infrastructure that actually AI relies on. And again, this comes back to the workforce component, which is the high-skilled trades and labor that's actually going to show up to be able to do that work. And I can come back to why I'm so excited about that and the importance of celebrating that workforce and what it's going to do for this country to remain competitive. But and then, of course, on top of it, we've now focused on this deglobalization effort, the focus on sovereignty being critical. All of these things have gone parabolic since we first started investing. And so what we observe is that the themes that we invest behind, advanced manufacturing, robotics, computing infrastructure, applied AI, embodied AI, all of these things now have become the thing that are actually the critical rev limiters to the future growth and prosperity, not just of this country, but really to the sovereignty of countries everywhere.
Interesting. How has the war in Iran changed the equation for you folks?
Yeah, I mean, I think if anything, it would be another accelerator of the demand drivers that we invest behind. And so certainly as it relates to things like aerospace and defense, we've seen a significant use of the stockpiles of the critical munitions that are actually fueling this. And so we're just seeing, again, in every one of the businesses that we're in today, just accelerating demand for the ability to produce the critical components. Another company we invested in is a company called Senra Systems. Senra Systems is effectively an advanced manufacturing business for wire harnesses. Wire harnessing, think of it as like the neural network between any two connected, electrified devices that send the critical signals. It's the last thing that actually gets designed at the end of building any sort of kind of physical product. And it was ultimately a $200 billion a year annual market that was mostly very fragmented and driven by legacy manufacturing shops. And so the opportunity was to come in and build the next generation platform to advance manufacture and ultimately produce new wire harnessing to support the critical components and needs behind, again, all of these drivers. And so whether it's Iran, whether it's Russia, whether it's China, we're now in this period of just accelerating, compounding demand drivers, all of which rely on our ability to have the actual physical capacity to produce these things, all of which rely on the people behind those things, right? When we talk about the moment of AI that we're in today, most folks are like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen to the workforce? My general view is you have two sides of this equation, right? Like first you have the crisis side of things, right? Like we're in this moment of crisis. What's going to happen to the labor force? We're going to see 20% unemployment. My general view is it's really helpful marketing and often may fit the narrative of never let a good crisis go to waste. Mm-hmm. On the other side of the equation, you see the techno-optimist, which I'm obviously biased to be a techno-optimist, but in this case, saying, well, in every technology shift, we've created more jobs than we've lost, and then we've actually just increased the productivity and prosperity of society. I think there's a lot of truth to that. But what it sometimes forgets is the people that are actually in the midst of that transition. And what we're finding is that the most resilient component of the economy today is where it's the intersection of these technologies with the physical world, and it's the intersection of these technologies with the labor force that ultimately needs to build these critical industries, where the strongest and most resilient piece of that equation is.
Well, that's a good note to end on. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here with us. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for attending today's live journalism, and to our partners Indeed and KPMG. We hope to see you here for our afternoon programme at 1:30 p.m.
Hey, folks, we do need to clear this room. We do need to clear this room. Thank you.
Please welcome.
To be right in the way
chorar de dor. O seu amor, amor tão delicado. Ah, porque você foi fraco assim, assim, tão desalmado.